I want to tell you how I feel, love, but it will not come as news. I got no secrets to reveal, love, but I'm gonna say it anyway, 'cause I'm alone and you're away. I haven't got a blessed thing to lose. So here goes. Water ain't dry, sky goes up high, and a booger makes a monkey. Hey, hey, hey. Herd cats, bacteria don't wear hats, and I love you. Sugar ain't sour, and it's damp in the shower. Murder's is not a nice thing to do. Trees got wood, making love is pretty good, and I love you. Well, I'll be laboring the obvious. By now you've noticed all those good times. This is as practical an exercise as taping 20 cents to my transmission, so that anytime I want to, I can shift my paradigms. But God knows, goats don't vote, iron don't float, and a hippie don't turn down booze. Dog bites man, teacher don't understand that I love you. Sickness sucks, it's nice to have bucks. The player on first base is named who?
Hello.
Hi there.
Kids grow up, most fellas pee standing up, and I love you. I guess I didn't need to say it. It's just this message that my heart said, and I kinda like the way it's more redundant than was absolutely necessary according to the Department of Redundancy Department.
Hero of unnecessary repetition and pointless redundancy.
I must close.
Do not believe you've won.
Fun is nice. You can't fry ice.
The warmth of life
Honey
is
will
entered
always
my
be
tomb.
due. Bullshit stinks, and no one outsits the Sphinx. And I love you. Well, living ain't bad. God knows dying is sad. Little we know is true. Oh, but that's just karma. Baby, you can bet the farm on this. I do love you. Well, a swell and wealthy relative of mine had up and died. I received $100,000 from
just
the will.
tooted I won't be here.
So a friend and I decided to convert this into liquid form and our esophagi to fill. So we started in the city, had a drink in every shitty little gin mill. That's really quite a few. Then a cabbie up in Harlem took us clear across the river into Brooklyn, where he joined us in a brew. Now we was weaving just a trifle by the time we hit Astoria at 80 miles an hour in reverse. But that was nothing to the weaving that we did as we was leaving, and from time to time it got a little worse. Well, there's nothing like drinking up a windfall, baby. We were drunker than a monkey with a skin full. So goddamn drunk it was sent for, and I believe I ain't sober yet.
Quiescent pandemonium just boosted tactics.
Well, as we crossed the city line, we was feeling mighty fine, sucking whiskey and whistling at
New
the
critical
girls.
hits boost.
The next
Quiescent
saloon we tried, somebody wants to punch my eye. He objected to my long, shaggy curls. His fist come out of orbit, knocked me right across the bar, but I was pretty drunk. I didn't really care. In fact, I was a little disappointed when the coppers hit the joint just as I was making my rebuttal. Share. Ah, but the coppers come a cropper, because I made it to the crapper and departed by a ventilator shaft. I met my buddies in the alley as they run out through the galley, and we just ran and ran and laughed and laughed and laughed. And there's another like drinking up a windfall, baby. We were drunker than a monkey with his skin full. So goddamn drunk it was sent for, and I think I ain't sober yet. Oh, pour me one, Amos. full, and I think I ain't sober yet. Halfway out of Levittown, we got our second wind, and that talk so down and out it'd make you laugh. So I had another mug, my buddy had another jug, the cabbie had another pitcher and a half. We got to Suffolk County, we was going into overdrive. The word had spread, and crowds begun to form. Drank our way from Jericho on one end of the Barrack Road to the boozing and the singing of the storm. I lost my buddy and the cab driver in the Hamptons somewhere. We was all drunker than it's possible to be. Finally come a time, I didn't have another dime. I sat on Montauk Point and wept into the sea. Well, there's nothing like drinking up a windfall, baby. We were drunker than a monkey with a skin full. So goddamn drunk, it was sinful, and I think I ain't sober yet. Well, ain't nothing like a drinking up a windfall, mama. We were drunker than a monkey with a skin full. So goddamn drunk, it was sinful, and I think I ain't sober yet. Smooth. I'm sitting in my car, playing my guitar. If you want my situation,
Hi!
I'm a nighttime man, catching everything I can. If you want my reputation, but I'm just marking time.
Welcome everyone, happy Wednesday, welcome QP, Multi, Tazon, Parrots, Pie, Pugdog, Veru, Ash, Golem, Narmi, Mason, and all the lurkers and all the raiders. Golem, thank you so much, that's awfully kind of you. I appreciate the raid very much. Welcome raiders, thank you so much for joining the raid and coming along. I am Mitral, and we usually play RPGs and point-and-click adventures here. Today we are continuing our Callahan's Crosstime Saloon playthrough that we started a while ago. Welcome Null PTR0. Welcome T-Lum, good to see you as well. Welcome everybody. How are you Golem? How are you Raiders? Let's give you a nice shout out. Let's give Golem a shout out, our good friend Golem. Any mods? Thank you. Lamlana.
The quests, like we've had an interaction with the dude, you have to do the exact same lines. You have to do the perfect yes, no, boast, or tease in like the perfect order of like 5 or 6 to get like a random item. And otherwise, it's just been a mess. And it's just the boast or tease is just the bonuses that do nothing. It's one extra dialogue, but it does nothing. And maybe it has an Easter egg for some things, but it's generally just a chore. Just let me press the buttons, okay? There's nothing. There's not enough. It's like, oh, we can have this too. It's like, yes, but there is no need to have more butter on the toast. The butter is already, the toast is already
Mass Effect 3.
really buttered. But what about more butter? Because butter's good. I know,
boost.
but
Marto
we
Varna
already
just
buttered
boosted
it.
a Necronox.
How are you, Marto? Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone here knows and loves Golem. He's a great streamer, great entertainer. Some of the most enjoyable streams I've been in, and he's a very good person as well.
Swords for everyone!
Hey, another raid. Welcome now, PTR. Thank you for the raid as well. Welcome, raiders. So yeah, definitely pay a visit to Golem. If you are not familiar with his content, I guarantee you will enjoy it greatly. Welcome, Cherry. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, we had a very nice raid, very kind raid by Stealthy Golem. So how are you doing? How is Lamlana going? I heard, did I mishear that you accidentally went to hard difficulty, or did I misunderstand what I heard? I think I heard something like that. How are you enjoying the game? How is it going? Your vertigo is gone. That's great news, Cherry. I'm glad you are feeling better. Glad you are feeling better. Accidental hard mode is stuck with it. Yeah. How is it going though? Are you having trouble with it? I never played Lamlana. I'm not even very familiar with the game.
world out there is not mine.
Welcome, Blackbird.
It only
Welcome.
serves to remind me of my failure.
Your heart is plotting against you. I'm sorry. You know, you should never trust the hearts closest to you. Yeah, good to see you all, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me early in the stream. And yeah, there we are. We tried to play Milana 2, reached the middle, just abandoned it. Oh no. Oh no. Very difficult game, I guess, if you abandoned it, Marto. Yeah, I never played it myself. But yeah, we are continuing Callahan's today. Let me start the music once more. Game stuff is, but if anything, is the puzzles that are true enemy. That's the same across difficulty. Oh, I see. I see. I'm sure you are doing well. I'm sure you will persevere and finish the game. Maybe I should give it a try. I didn't realize there were many puzzles in the game. I thought it was more like a platform kind of. I'm well, Cherry. I'm well. I'm doing well. Much better now that we have seen the nice raid by Golem to start the stream off with a bang, you know, with a nice bang. So having a good day already, and I'm excited to go back to Callahan's where we left off in the 4th mission. I've been enjoying the game greatly. It's giving me some difficulty. It's a bit difficult just because there are so many hotspots. Some of the puzzles can be obscure, and you know, they are kind of hidden. There is so much text to read. They are all awesome and so funny to read as well, but there's just the sheer amount makes the game a little difficult in a way. And yeah, we are going back. I looked at the walkthrough. I memorized everything that we need to do, so I read it. I know it by heart. No, just kidding, of course not. I did look at the walkthrough. I didn't actually read it. I just checked where we are in the game. Like the 4th mission is not like the second 50% of the game. The remaining 3 missions are kinda shorter from what it seems on the walkthrough. And the reason I looked at it is to see if I could possibly finish it today. Am I close to part 2? No, I'm way off. It's not happening in this century probably. But you know, maybe one day, who knows. So I think there is a slight possibility that we can finish the game today. I will not push towards it, of course. We will play at our own pace as usual. But I think there's a chance that we may. We are close to the end of the 4th one. The 5th one is like a normal length, kinda, but still shorter than the first 2. And the final one seems to be very short. So we will see how it goes. The requirements are insane, yeah, especially for a small channel like me. It's pretty difficult, but you know, it can happen, it may happen. I'm not really pushing towards it. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay with the community and the environments. Don't really care too much about being a partner. You know, maybe later when I'm closer I will start worrying about it. So yeah, we do have some early boosts. We should go and do them before we start the game. Let's go. Diablo 3 by Pi. And Legend of Grimrock by Pi. And Fallout Tactics. And Sacred. And Lionheart by QP.
New critical hits boost. Draconic Dude just boosted Zoria.
Welcome, dude. Good to see you. Deadfire.
New critical hits boost. Draconic
And
Dude just boosted
Darklands by
Solasta.
Veru. And Mass Effect 3. I couldn't type.
New critical hits boost. Draconic
I love the
Dude
music
just
of this
boosted
game.
Eye of the Beholder 1.
And Chronox by Marto. And Zoria. Solasta.
Acts of
And
cruelty
Eye of the
unleash
Beholder
that beast until it rules
by Draconic Dude. How are you, dude? It's good to see you. And thank you so much for the boost, Pi, QP, Veru, Marto, and Draconic Dude. Yeah, great to see you all. Great to see so many faces as we start the stream. I can already tell this is going to be a very nice and enjoyable stream. So, without further ado, let's just jump in and see where we left off. So yeah, where we last left you and a pesky bunch of no good nicks were in the laboratory. So what happened? We did go to the future because one of our friends by the way, if you haven't played this game and if you plan to play it, this is the spoiler territory now. I would recommend you at least mute the stream or just close the tab. It's all up to you. I appreciate all the lurkers. But I think if you like point-and-click adventures, this is certainly a game worth playing. I do like Legend Entertainment Adventures, and this is no exception. I have been enjoying this game a lot. So this is the fourth kind of submission. So to summarize a little bit, we are part of a regular community in a bar called Callahan's Crosstime Saloon, owned by Mike Callahan. And it is like the community, if you're familiar with the TV series Cheers, it's kind of the same concept. Good people sticking together, helping each other, everyone knows each other and stuff like that. And in that place, there are some people who, of course, everyone has their own troubles and problems, and we, as good people, help each other. So we are helping, throughout the game, 6 of our friends solve their problems. So this is the fourth one. All of those things work like subplots or kind of like missions. You pick one up, you go there, you finish it, you come back, pick the others, some kind of like that. So this is the fourth one. And in this particular mission, one of our friends in the future took some pills, took some drugs to make him psychic, and those drugs had a side effect. Welcome, Jettlers. Welcome. Good to see you as well. How are you doing? The side effect is that the guy can now hear everybody's thoughts and he cannot shut them off, and he's going crazy. So we fed them some good old morphine in his alcoholic beverage and put him out. And now we are in the future trying to find an antidote for the drug. So after joining the underground, the criminal community, which is like a huge commercial building and heavily advertised, it's the truth of the future kind of, and we joined as the lowest level thug, and we kind of found our way to the top level, and now we are in the laboratory of the inventor of that drug, and we are going to try and convince him, I suppose, to make some sort of antidote and bring it to our timeline, to our friends. So that's the idea of the fourth mission. I hope you have a good time and enjoy. And once more, Golem, thank you so much if you're still here. I really appreciate the raid. And I hope I can entertain your community at least a little bit with the game. So let's start the timer and continue. So, pickled experiment. Let's look at that. Just lovely. Which of his clown put the fetal iguana in the water cooler? The elevator door closes. Open pickled experiment. With some difficulty, you manage to get the top of the bottle off and are assailed by a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work. Take the pickled experiment. Your fetal iguana at home is way superior to this one. Oh, we have a fetal iguana at home. Mom, can we get a fetal iguana? No, we have a fetal iguana at home. We are not getting another one. Your years of high school science and math finally pay off big time as you fully recognize several of the symbols among the hundreds on this blackboard. You don't remember their specific meanings, but you remember them. Yeah, it is the source. It is the source. Look behind the blackboard. You swing the blackboard out a few inches, enough to see that the board behind this one has been erased. Erase the blackboard. You walk up to the board and begin to erase it with your sleeve, but you shortly realize you'll be covered with chalk dust before you're half through. Slide the blackboard? You tug on the blackboard, but it's locked into place. Okay. Le Biochambre. Look
What
at
is this?
That's on a need-to-know basis only. So tell me you're a criminal mastermind so I can tell you about this. It's a very exciting piece of machinery, very powerful, very, very exciting technology here, but it's very secret, and up till now has only been available to a precious few. Say you're a criminal mastermind, say it.
I'm a criminal mastermind.
Terrific. We call this Le Biochambre 4000, the state-of-the-art solution for twisted geniuses like you, who may just not be feeling as diabolical as you used to. Maybe you let yourself go, maybe you're just exhausted. There's a million ways it can happen, but with Le Biochambre, you can achieve the perfect atmosphere for villainous thought, the kind masterminds need to keep pulling off crimes of the century. It's this easy. You program in any set of audio, nasal, and ambient tactual environmental variables. Then you push the button and voila, what we call the complete biochambre experience.
Wow, we first got a pie, now we got a
Does it have any
teapot.
visual? Look, we don't call this the greatest little isolation tank ever made for nothing. It projects a non-interactive,
There's something wrong with
holographic
this guy's
360-degree
text.
image around the inner
I think
lenticular
longer than 4
circumference,
lines
simulating
is causing
any
some sort of
environment,
bug.
any time period, anywhere in your home. And you can get the sensation of
Hey,
moving
no
through
matter,
the world
welcome in.
with on-the-fly,
It's good to see you.
fully
How are you,
digital
Jack?
scenery generation.
How was your
None
Wednesday?
of that rendered crap. You can also select from an infinite variety of weather conditions. Barometric, hydrostatic, gravitational. Hey, it's all there. And even my 10-year-old daughter at home can use it. Isn't that incredible? What would you pay for something like this?
I don't think I could afford it.
And if that wasn't enough, listen to this. Every smell currently cataloged by
What's
the
going on?
NSB is reproduced in seconds
I think I forgot
with
to
a
roll the
continuous
D666 as
online
well.
automated time-slicing microlab capable of producing up to 12 complex smells simultaneously. Now, how much would you pay?
Not interested.
$2.
Of course you're not, if that was all. Order one of these now. And
But
it'll
wait,
include
there's more.
2 bottles of La Biochambre 4000 SF polish, specially formulated to keep your La Biochambre looking clean and high-tech. 2 free bottles. Okay, 3 free bottles. Let me tell you the number to call.
I appreciate it, but this was more information than I needed. A lot more.
You somehow manage to detach yourself from the exuberant research salesman and edge away. Realizing he's not about to close a quick sale, he turns his attention back to the control console. So is this Stan of the scientists? Actually, let me roll as well. I think I forgot today.
It is good to see a friendly face in these
Body
unfamiliar
not.
surroundings.
Not very impressive. Okay, so... Is that the... I don't think that's the guy we talked to. I think we talked to this guy.
Each step brings us closer to the end.
Ooh, harem. Organism in a drum. See what happens when you overuse sea monkey growth hormones that come in one of the tiny packets? I don't get it. I don't get half the jokes in this game. You open the bottle and the mutant sea monkey climbs out. First he grabs a flashlight and makes you follow it all around the room like a circus act. Then he sprinkles food on you and watches you eat. Then he gives you something to make you glow in the dark. When he's tired of you, he flushes you down the toilet. Wait, what? Wow, what a nightmare. Don't stand so close to the bottle, you are breathing too many fumes. Okay. Take it. You don't like sea monkeys. You can never resist telling them that they are the only brine shrimp that destroys their happy-go-lucky self-image. Experiment number 2. Where's experiment number 1? You love sea monkeys? Look at experiment number 2. A precarious tangle of beakers, retorts, flasks, and other lab equipment stands confusingly on the lab table. Conduct. You're a poor conductor, okay. That's weird. Disassemble. You undo one of the stoppers and liquid begins to back up and pour out over your hand. You quickly restopper the flask and wipe your hand off onto the pants leg, which you hope will not suddenly be eaten through. Cabinet. Look at the cabinet. The cabinets offer ample storage space for the scientist who loves to spend time in the lab, and brushed aluminum veneer hides those pesky fingerprints and flesh-eating bacteria smears. Search the cabinet. This cabinet contains some flasks and beakers with scaly built-up stains and furry stuff in the bottoms. None of it looks safe to handle, although some of it looks like it could crawl out under its own power. Hide in the cabinet. You begin to climb into the cabinet when your foot slides on something wet and thick. This causes you to hesitate to place your whole body inside. Then the wet and thick stuff pushes back on your foot, solidifying your decision not to hide in the cabinet. Uh-oh.
Splish splash?
Splish splash. There's another. Preserved specimen. According to a tiny label just below the bottle, they are cloning another of the Charles Bronson's hairpieces. What? Open it. The last time one of these things got loose, there was another Death Wish movie.
Is that a
Let's not
lurker?
let
Yes.
that happen again, okay? Alright, Cherry. You got some mango. Alright, enjoy your mango. Thank you for the lurk. Take the preserved specimen. Without the life support provided by this cloning tank, the hairpiece would curl up and die. Amazing. Another assistant. Can we even... I don't think we can talk to these assistants. The assistant ignores you. The assistant ignores you. Freezer. Breathe on the freezer. You bring your mouth an inch from the glass and breathe hard on it. It fogs up and immediately clears again, not even laying you enough time to write "just say no" in the foggy area. Unlock the freezer. Whatever it takes to unlock these compartments, you don't have. Okay, open the freezer. You try to open each of the freezer doors, but powerful magnetic locks are holding them closed. This is a series of refrigerator enclosures containing valuable, unstable chemicals, no doubt belonging to the valuable, unstable Dr. Duplicitous. Okay. World's hardest fruit to eat. Really? Is it harder to eat than coconuts? Look at the experiment. A confusing tangle of retorts, beakers, flasks, and other lab equipment stands precariously on the lab table. I think this is the same. You are scarcely qualified. You're only a thug. Mango is slippery. Well, easier to swallow, right? You said about disassembling the experiment, but the way it's being interconnected leads you to believe that if you take anything out, the rest of it will come crashing down around you. Unless you're really good at doing the hacking with a knife technique to make them little cubes. Marinated bolus? What? Let's look at it. This looks like something you'd see in a carnival sideshow, or maybe in a hospital cafeteria. Open it. The bolus quivers as you approach the tank. You back away from the tank, quivering a little yourself. Take it. The last time you played hide the bolus was in grade school. It's not nearly as much fun now that you are grown up. Ah, you lost our childhood. Conduits. These major conduits provide general atmosphere to the private biochamber. Can we cut it?
I never thought I'd be in a situation where I'd find myself saying, damn, I left the cutting torch on the satellite. But I guess the time has come.
No, you couldn't have taken it with you even if you wanted to. Touch
Keep away from that.
I just want to touch it, that's all.
Well, okay. But don't try any other verbs on it.
Fair enough.
You touch the conduit very quickly at first, in case it's hot enough to burn you or cold enough to freeze you. Anticlimactically, it's room temperature. You can feel a slight vibration though, as if something is flowing through it, but under heavy insulation. This is where we came from. Another assistant. Endoplasmic reticulum on the rocks. What? You saw something like this served at Casimir's. It's ordered... It's ordered a beer, okay. Open it. You try to unscrew the top, but the thing in the bottle deliberately holds it shut, making it smarter than you. Take it. You're not nearly thirsty enough. Did you get into Machinarium? I'm going to play Machinarium. After this game, we will play Unusual Findings, then Willy Morgan, and then Machinarium. So, in a few games, we are going to get to it. So the assistant ignores you. Experiment number 3. A tangled confusion of beakers, flasks, retorts, and other lab equipment. Okay, same thing. Conduct. You'd better resist your base instincts. You don't know your acid from a hole in the ground. Disassemble. You begin to detach one of the retorts, and a drop of acid spills on the tabletop and begins to eat through the metal. You hurriedly reassemble it before doing any more damage. Now that was an acid retort. Lab wipe. Let's take it. You put the towelette out of the flask, another one doesn't pop up. From the imprint on the little towel, you can see that it's a wipe and survive isotope absorbent towelette. Smell. It smells okay to you, but then again, you are not sure what radioactivity smells like. What does radioactivity smell like? Does it smell anything? Blackboard. Erase. If you were to erase this blackboard, it would be because you fear that you cannot understand. And since you take to have to admit that about yourself, you restrain your destructive impulses.
Hey, there'll be no blackboard sliding on my watch, mister.
The blackboard is chock-a-block with high-level differential calculus. Cellular muscle juice. And there's a control panel here. There are a number of square control panels mounted on the wall. You suspect that they control the tanks, and given the malevolent appearance of the tank's occupants, you decide not to toy with them. It smells like humans. Look at it. Yeah. There's a faded label on the side of the jar that reads Property of Smithsonian Institution, and another one below that it says, in hand letter script, J. Dillinger. No. You don't want to go there. Okay, we don't want to open it. Take it. You already have one, and yours still works. I think we kind of looked at everything. Computer. From afar, this appears to be a high-end mainframe, but you're shocked to see that this is one of those cheap clone mainframes that runs a not quite Unix-compatible language. Worst thing is, no on-site service. Every time there's a problem, sending it overseas for repair is a major hassle. It smells like ozone. Turn on the computer. The mainframe is humming away. You wouldn't want it anymore on than it already is. Turn off. Therefore, get an on-off switch. Open the computer. You open the panel and look inside at the whirring discs, LEDs, and the banks of circuit boards that completely fill the computer. Utterly baffled by the technology and unwilling to stick your hand into high voltage equipment without a proper insurance policy, you close the panel. Talk to the computer. You don't know how to speak in machine language. Am I missing anything? I want to talk to the doctor as the last thing to do. So another control panel here. Okay, this is another assistant. Alright. Biochamber control panel. A slender built-in console faces the biochamber access.
I'm very sorry. I'm running the Biochambre 4000 at the moment.
Who's inside?
That's privileged information. But I am going to tell you how you can make $25,000 your first week in real estate just by breaking these 5 simple laws.
That's okay. I've already made my fortune. I'm retired now.
Okay, let's talk to Cecil. A man who looks like a Cecil to you stands working in front of a control panel. Looks like a Cecil to you.
I'm working.
Pardon me, I'm looking for the doctor.
The doctor is tanking.
Pardon me?
He's in the think tank. That little honey right over there.
He gestures towards the Biochambre 4000 in front of him. You don't need to talk machine language, just threaten it with Windows 95, it will understand. Why? Windows 95 was one of the best Windowses ever. Was it not? I used it for a long time. If I'm going to threaten a computer with a Windows, I would threaten it with a Windows 2000 or something. Or Vista. I would threaten it with Vista. Imagine that. No, I guess Vista wasn't too terrible either. What are you working on?
What are you working on?
I'm maintaining the precise balance of environmental
Windows
variables for optimal theta brainwave state, or any other state desired.
And what's everyone else working on?
Better living through chemistry.
I have a friend who's... I
have a friend who's having a critical reaction to voyatrazine. I'm looking for an antidote.
That's too bad. There's no such chemical.
I've been told there's no Dr. Duplicitous either.
Cecil clenches his jaw, but refuses to respond. Clenches.
That's too bad.
I've been told there's no doctor.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, what are we going to do here? We have a lab wipe. Windows Millennium. What are we going to do? We have a tattoo needle. Can we hypnotize them? You turn the beanie on and aim at Cecil. In his eyes, you see the beanie's lights strobing and sparkling.
What do you think you're doing?
Hypnotizing you.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want you to focus on my voice.
Yes.
You are now hypnotized.
Yes.
You are familiar with hypnosis. You already know that just because you're under hypnosis, I can't make you do or say anything that you don't want to.
Yes.
Well, I want you to forget that you know that.
Okay.
Oh, we actually hypnotized the guy? He wasn't on the drugs?
Yes.
Tell me, is there any such thing as an antidote to voyatrazine?
Cecil remains silent.
Can you hear me? I want you to tell me if there is a cure or antidote for
Will
voyatrazine.
die.
I can't tell you.
Why can't you tell me?
Cecil winces as if thinking of the answer is causing him physical pain. You surmise that Cecil has already been programmed through hypnosis to be unable to speak on this subject. That could be construed as evidence that there does indeed exist a cure. You'll have to settle for that slender evidence because this line of questioning isn't leading anywhere.
Listen to me carefully. I want you to open the biochamber door.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can. As I count to 3, you will find yourself more and more willing to open the biochamber door. 1. You are beginning to feel confident that you can open the biochamber door. 2. You're picturing the biochamber door open, what it will be like when you get through opening it. 3. You are now completely able to open the biochamber.
No, I'm not.
Why do you think you can't?
The doctor left very strict orders. I'm afraid he would kill me if I opened the door.
That is strict.
Okay.
Stand there very quietly, don't get in my way, and don't make any noise.
He obeys your request flawlessly. So now we can use the control panel ourselves, right? Oh, With Cecil's suggestibility turned up to full and his will turned down to minimum, he's putty in your hands. You walk right by him and take control of the La Biochambre 4000. Termination sequence. Well, let's get a save here. Judging from the lack of response, you haven't done anything to biochamber. Hey Nolax, welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm doing okay. How are you, Nolax? This must be like a color sequence, right? The other way around. Right, let's try to find the clue about that. I'm holding a huge party here. You mean the number of viewers? Yeah, I had a very nice raid from Stealthy Golem. And some people were kind enough to stick around. Very thankful for that. Douglas Adams wrote Cheers. Speaking of Douglas Adams, I've been thinking about playing Starship Titanic as well at some point. Thinking, Olax. I think Starship Titanic was written by Douglas Adams, right? If I'm not mistaken. It's one of the games that I'm considering in the future. You heard that game is super bad? Really? I never played it. Biochamber door. The biochamber's hermetically sealed hatch is tightly closed, no doubt sealing some antisocial hermit inside. I don't know much about it. I never played it. You pull on the door, but your efforts are ineffectual in light of the vault-like strength of the biochamber door. Your knuckles thud wussily against the case-hardened steel door.
This is the Le Biochambre 4000, right?
Biochamber 2000.
I thought it was the 4000.
Didn't sell after the year 2000. Had to make number greater. Also gave French-sounding name for added class.
Okay. So the original name is Biochamber 2000. Oh, since he's compliant now, could we do something else to this? What's the conduit? Inspect. You run your hands over the walls, feeling for loose tiles or hidden doors with doorknobs too small to see with the naked eye. But as they say in Middle East, the walls are as solid as a rock. As Iraq. As a rock, okay. Very funny.
I never thought I'd be in a situation.
So we need, are we supposed to cut them? Or is that a joke? That joke didn't age well. I guess it didn't. Yeah, I guess it didn't. It is a good pun. Honestly, the puns in this game could teach all of you something. Like, I think the author of these books, he has like 30 something of these books. Callahan's Crosstime Saloon books, and all of them are based on puns, basically.
I get one claw just
guy is good at
it. 17.
I think we all could learn something.
Critical hits
Welcome,
boost.
Ikit.
I get one claw just
No,
twisted
not
return
Ikit.
to Crone Doer.
TTS fooled me. Welcome, Ikits. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Lab wipe. Oh, let's see. Can we wipe? Can we use items? You try to clean out the filter buttons on the panel, but the dry lab wipe is ineffective. Yeah, we need to get it wet. Maybe we can find some sort of clue as to what we need to press on. Chat, get good at puns? No, a lot of you are good. It's just this guy. He is very good. How can we get it wet? You dip the lap wipe into a beaker of fluid. Okay, it's wet, I think. Jesus sporting a new look? Yeah, we are now the gangsta Jesus. How are you, Biffy? Welcome. It's good to see you. That guy on camera has crazy eyes. You wipe the console with the moistened cloth, but the dirt seems unaffected. Maybe we need acid. This one had acid, right? You dip the lab wipe into a beaker of the fluid. The tablet is still damp with chemicals from one of those other experiments. Better not mix the chemicals, you could cause an enormous explosion or even ruin your tablet. You mean the bald one? This guy, we hypnotized him. We hypnotized him. Let's try this. There doesn't seem to be a suitable place to put the lab wipe on the thing in a bottle. The tablet dries out. Okay, it dried out. You dip the lab wipe into a beaker of the fluid. You ever got interested in Walking Dead games? I did play the first two, Cherry. And I especially enjoyed the first one. I like some of the Telltale games. I may sometime play the first one, but I'm not sure. The console, the dirt seems unaffected. So what is this? A precarious tangle of beakers, retorts, flask, other lab equipment. Confusing tangle of retorts, beakers, flask, other lab equipment. You dip the lab wipe into a beaker of the fluid. The tablet is still damp with chemicals from one of those experiments. Better not mix the chemicals. It will cause an enormous explosion. The tablet dries out quickly. Okay, let's try the third one now. Finishing it on Saturday. Oh, wow, you moved through them fast. You wipe a quarter inch of the grime off the buttons on the console, but getting in the cracks is just too much of a pain. The wipe and survive is now simply too disgusting to carry around, what with the residue of 1,000 fingertips all collected on it. While nobody's looking, you stick it back into the cabinet where you found it. Okay, did we do anything? The console looks a lot better now that you've given it a quick once over. Yellow. Red, blue, white. So we are now seeing the actual colors. You played 6-8 hours every time. So did you enjoy every season, Cherry? Lab wipe. You're not sure whether it smells dirty or whether you just think it smells dirty because you know exactly where it's been. So what is the order of the colors? Where can we get a clue to the order of the... Can we just ask the guy, maybe?
Yes?
I need you to show me how to operate these controls.
I need you to show me how to operate these controls.
Oh, very nice, Cherry. Cecil's eyes grow wide and wet. He begins to sweat and whimper as he envisions the retribution that would be visited upon him for divulging the information you requested. This imagined punishment, no doubt the product of prior conditioning, seems to be playing on one of Cecil's greatest fears. He's being reduced to mush.
Okay, calm down. Everything is okay. You're feeling better and you can smell apple pie baking.
Oh, that's nice.
Great to the mark.
Stand there very quietly. Don't get in my way and don't make any noise.
Now we can guess, of course. I don't want to guess though.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
Welcome, Legion. Good to see you. I guess this is the last time I'm seeing you. Sorry to see you go. But what can you do? What can you do? How are you, Legion? Welcome. How is your Wednesday?
The cake is a lie.
Maybe there's something on the blackboards. Or blubbered. Oh, I don't see any clues. I mean, this is not very difficult to brute force if you wanted. There are like 16 combinations. Assuming we have to press all of them. Green. These stains can be the clue. So we press on this first. We get some red. Then we press on this. Then we press on this, then this. No. Which one is the evil one? Goatee is the sure sign of the evil, right? So let's say we are pressing these with a moist hand. So this is the red button. When we press on this, there is some red on the button, right? Then we press the white button with the red finger, get some red here. But there is also some, maybe... no, get some red here. Then we press on the blue with the red. Get some violets, purple. Then we press on the yellow with all those, get the weird... Yeah, okay. Get the weird mishmash, okay. Interesting puzzle, not bad, but not very clear. You know, you could see it working other ways as well. Imagine pushing the buttons, your fist is covered in Vaseline. Gross button puzzles. As the lab biochambre door hisses open, a man steps out. Myrtle and the ruthless moderator paralyze.
You interrupted me.
I'm sorry, I accidentally pressed.
You are Jake Stonebender, and oh, you've come a long way for nothing. And the sniveling little two-bit
Sniveling
thief
maggots.
who provided you with my elevator code is going to be a very sorry little man.
Let's talk to the guy first. He looks friendly.
What should I do with you, Jake Stonebender?
Oh, you're Dr. Duplicitous? I must have the wrong one.
You're scared.
PQ.
I like that in a toady.
Do I look scared? Maybe
What
I
should
do look
I
scared.
do with you, Jake
Emelando,
Stonebender?
welcome. How are you, Emelando?
I have great admiration for you, and I bow to your vast intellect and generosity.
Why would you try to lie to me of all people? Isn't that a silly thing to do?
I thought I'd get points for being cute.
Do you know how I came to invent voyatrazine?
By accident, like all great inventions.
Don't be silly. Although I did inadvertently develop a drug to make myself more resistant to humiliation, I now market it under the name Embarrassine.
Embarrassing, okay.
To keep the grant money coming in.
Oh.
Sorry you're
right.
late? No worries,
But I
Emelando,
still
no
had a
worries.
greater purpose. Do you know what I wanted to destroy?
Good to see you, though. Society has a lot of little pieces.
Society is a lot of little pieces.
No, and not as a whole either. No, I was trying to bring an end to hypocrisy. Surrounded by yes men. There is no greater waste of space than a person who can only parrot back my own words and tell me what he thinks I want to hear. I can tell me what I want to hear. I don't need somebody else to say it for me. Sycophants.
I thought it was
I thought
sycophants,
I
not
would be doing
sycophants.
away with deception. But it hasn't stopped at all. It's the same behavior on an
50-bit late
entirely
fee.
new level.
Maybe you can't push it on people before they're ready.
There's
I think
no
it's a
fee.
worthy goal.
There's no fee
You try to
for
take a
being
shortcut.
late. That's okay. I'll just feel a little
patronize me,
disappointed
Stonebender.
for the rest of
I'm not
eternity.
in
But,
the
you know,
mood.
not a big deal. I'll just be sad that the Malandil was a bit late. Welcome, Thor.
New day, and nothing has changed.
How are you, Thor? Good to see you.
Silence when you speak to me.
To keep the grant money coming in.
Oh, right. But I
New
still
critical
have
hits
greater
boost.
purpose.
Amalanduel
Do
just
you
boosted
know
Chrono
what I
Trigger.
wanted to destroy?
New critical hits
Society-
boost.
No,
Amalanduel just
and not
boosted
as a
Shining
lot of
Force.
little pieces either. No.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying
Speaking
to
about
bring an
JRPGs.
end to hypocrisy. Sarap, I thought, but it hasn't.
Maybe you can't push it on people before they're ready. I think it's a
New
worthy
critical
goal.
hits
You
boost.
try to take a shortcut.
It's
Amalanduel
Fallout
just
3.
boosted whichever Fallout is next in queue. I
Stonebender.
forgot.
I'm not in the mood.
So next Monday we are going to do. I was able to get a key for the. Wait, what was the name of the game? I was able to get a key for Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. So we are going to have a first look next Monday. If you don't know it, it's a new game that just came out yesterday, I think. A spiritual successor to Suikoden series. Suikoden series I never played, but I have done a lot of tabletop Dungeons and Dragons in the Suikoden universe. One of the DMs I used to play with was a huge fan, and he had adapted a lot of the Suikoden to the tabletop. So I did play in the Suikoden universe a lot of tabletop campaigns, but never the game. And as you know, I don't play JRPG, so this is going to be a first time, kinda, playing JRPG on stream. I'm curious how it will go. You need notifications. Okay, Cherry. I mean, yeah, there are many ways to get notified when I'm going live, so. I send weekly announcements to the announcements page. You can get the schedule announcements role for yourself, and you can get announced. You can get pinged whenever I announce the weekly schedule. How many RPGs you absolutely crash on a regular and first time? How many RPGs you absolutely crash on a regular and first time JRPG? I don't understand the question, Pugdog. Oh, how many RPGs you absolutely crash on a regular and first time JRPG? No, it's going to be first time JRPG on stream. I did play some JRPGs in the past in my life. Just never on stream because I'm not a huge fan of them. And I don't allow too many of them in critical hits. Yeah, exactly. And that's by design, because I don't like them very much. There are not many of them allowed into the critical hits queue. Oh.
To keep from having.
That's funny. To avoid real work. Do you know how hard I work? The only thing I ever invented to help save me work was a drug that compelled others to work for me. I can't do it all.
What drug is that?
I just said, I can't do it all.
I can't do it all.
To impress the chicks?
Hardly. For the girls, I invented a drug called My Pecs Are Golden.
My pecs are
Manipulated
golden.
Pheromones to make me seem 100 times more masculine than anyone else alive.
I don't want to play anymore.
Don't leave yet, Mr. Stonebender. I haven't figured out how to take best advantage of you. I'm not comfortable allowing you to leave. You represent an ethic that has more or less ceased to be here. Allowing you in the organization, or even in this time period at all, would be disruptive. You'd infect the society like a computer virus.
Oh, God, I wish Noah were here to hear you say that.
So, I'm left wondering, do I just harvest you? Lobotomize you? Take your time machine and See what I can do with it.
Why not choose one? Just do it all.
I don't even think it's safe to let you go back home. Too much advanced publicity would probably not be beneficial.
The things you mentioned,
It's
that's why
an
dislike RPGs are absent in the
dilemma I
mainstream
find myself
established
in.
classics. Yeah, that's why I'm allowing some of them, Emelandil. I'm allowing a select few. Also, if you want to nominate, I decided to allow Suikoden 1 and 2 as well. You could nominate them, and we could start building points for them. I think I would like to play the original Suikodens. Old World Blues looks different than you remember. What?
What do you mean, what you're going to do with me?
I'm not comfortable allowing you to leave. You represent an ethic that has more or less ceased to be here. Allowing you in the organization, or even in this time period at all, would be...
Oh,
You
God.
heard that?
So, it's an...
I'll make a deal with you. Are you listening?
I didn't get to where I am by ignoring deals out of hand. What exactly do you have in mind?
I don't have much, but if you give me an antidote for Voyatrazine for Al, and let me go back and give it to him, you can take his time sled. I'm sure he'd rather get out of this with his life than not at all.
First of all, I could have your time sled in a moment if I wanted it. And I do. But there's no such drug as the one you're looking for. So I'm afraid we don't have a deal.
Really? Can we hypnotize him?
Please, put away your little toy. It may have done a number on Cecil, but it was certainly
Well, yeah,
nothing to me.
consoles are still not choices.
Stop trying to distract me. Tell me what you want.
Would you like chocolates?
Stop trying to distract me.
Would you like a needle?
Stop trying to
Would you like a tire iron to your face?
You little fool. I could kill you with a twitch of
It's
my
just a
cerebral
nerd, just take his
cortex.
lunch money.
Please don't consider doing violence to me.
But he regularly
You
takes my
cannot
pixel
win.
golden.
Rats.
Would you want some money?
Stop trying to
Would you like an old
Stop
photo?
trying.
Would you like my license?
Stop trying.
Take off the glasses. Remove tinting. You carefully pick at one roughly cut corner of the tinting. They pull the thing off with a smooth separating sound. You do the same to the other lens. Fortunately, circular patches of tinting still have enough adhesive to be reused. Could we jump in there? The biochamber in the center of the room is throbbing with power. Dozens of pipes and wires lead in and out of the tank and extend up to the machinery far overhead. Push him? Attack? As tempting as it might be to bring down this wretch permanently, hurting him, provided you are able to, might ruin your only chance to get what you need to save Alfie. Clean the lenses, they are pretty clean. Wear the glasses. You refuse to walk around in a pair of plastic rims. Can we put them together again? We can. Disassemble. We can remove the tinting still.
Yes?
Get Dr. Duplicitus. Hold on to him, don't let him get away.
Be right back.
Dr. Duplicitus, hold on to
Okay,
him and
QP.
don't let him get away.
Cecil looks at you helplessly, pleadingly, wanting to move but can't.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You see, Mr. Stonebender, it's a matter of will.
Putting people in a heightened state of suggestibility is hardly proof of your will. It's a parlor trick that's been around for centuries.
The doctor rolls his eyes.
You have no concept of what I can do. I'm a long way beyond parlor tricks. Nobody before has ever succeeded in doing the things I've done.
Better living through chemicals.
That's right, Cecil. Very good.
Stand there.
Can we do something
Step
here?
away from there right now.
What if I don't? Sit on the lab table. There isn't enough empty room atop the lab tables to allow for a comfy sitting experience.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Freezer. Read on? No. Is there a hidden kind of, hot spot on the guy? Look at. Is Dr. Duplicitus and his in all his megalomaniacal glory. His eyes are the bright, glistening eyes of a madman, and he's obviously got the clearest possible symptom of demented genius. Or haven't you heard about the latest findings on male pattern baldness?
What should I?
I think we have taken every dialogue option.
I don't have. If you.
But. What should I?
The cat ordered something.
What do you?
I'm not. You represent.
Oh, good.
So it's in.
I have great.
Why?
I thought it.
Do you know how?
But.
Oh.
To keep.
But I.
So.
So I thought, but it hasn't.
Maybe you can't.
Don't pay.
To keep.
That. Do you? The only.
What drug is?
I just said.
How do I?
Don't. I'm not. You.
Oh God.
It's in.
Mute.
Just an expression.
So are we supposed to offer him something that he will not refuse? Tattoo needle.
Stop trying to
Can we shoot him with the rubber band?
Stop trying to.
You let your hair down. Shoot the needle. No.
Stop trying. Stop.
Pencil?
Stop trying. Why, you little
rats.
Recipe. Can we leave? What happens if I try to leave? You try to pry open the doors using your forearm as a tire iron, since you left yours in Brazil. No, it's right here. But that cracking sound alarms you slightly, so you stop. Colbert.
Step away from there. Right now.
Maybe we can let one of these experiments go. Open. Take. Open. Take. Not sure. Cabinet. Hide in the cabinet. Obviously we did all of these. You open the bottle and the mutant sea monkey climbs out. Okay, this is still the nightmare. Wheel. Turn the wheel.
What do you think you're doing?
You know, big wheel keep on turning.
Your reference to obscure 21st century rock and roll fails to amuse. Tell me what you want from me. Or should I call downstairs for some henchmen?
Don't bother them. They probably have too much to do as it is.
What?
Let's talk. I don't have. If you give me an antidote for voyatrazine for Al, and let me go back and give it.
First of all, I could have, but there's no such drug as the one you're looking for.
So he expects me to tell him what I want, and I tell him what I want, and he doesn't like it, so... Turn off the lights. The illumination is computer controlled according to several dozen continuously monitored variables, including such favors as humidity, number of occupants, how many people are wasting light by wearing dark colors. What? And how much light is being reflected back from the tops of heads. Not attack him. Cecil. Lenses.
They're lovely, very lovely. They're lovely. They're lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely.
You brandish the beanie at Cecil again, hoping to put him farther under and make him more compliant. Nothing happens. Perhaps the beanie is meant to produce only a state of suggestiveness.
It's lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely.
He says everything is lovely. Saloon. Let's get this open. Cuts.
I never thought I'd be in a...
But we cannot cut. We don't have anything to cut. Something to do with the freezer? Break it, unlock. Whatever it takes to unlock these compartments, you don't have. So it's a magnetic lock, right? Chocolates. Open it with chocolates. Cabinet. Search the cabinet. The cabinet has nothing but some cracked beakers, dirty flask. Any advantage you might get from hiding would be offset by the noise you'd make from sitting on broken glass and something. So, okay, I guess I didn't try all the cabinets. Search. All this cabinet contains is a flask with disgustingly dirty towelette growing polar organic fungus. Hidden. You try to do your Richie Petri impersonation, but the old flexibility just isn't there anymore. I know the feeling. Control panel. So now we tried all three. Built up stains and furry stuff in the bottoms. None of it looks safe to handle, although some of it looks like it crawl under its own power. Hidden. Yeah. You begin to... No, we did that. Experiment 2. I don't know. Anyone has any ideas? Any guesses? I wonder if I'm missing a hotspot again. We cannot leave this place, so whatever we have to do, it's here. Control panels. Can we break the control panels? Trior? Hathor? Is that Nordic? Inspect the lab walls. Touch, no. Conduits,
I
cut.
never thought I...
It's always the same. Control panel. They're all the same. Blackboard. Erase. Slide. Erase. Slide. Oh! The blackboard rumbles as you slide it to the right. Look at. Ah, so whatever white resin neutralizer is, it looks like what you're looking for. But what is P3?
Yeah.
We just found something. Finally.
Watch. Let's... Oh. Damn
Oh.
that black
I
board.
accidentally pressed too many
It
times.
takes a good deal of P3 to make the neutralizer, and I have none to spare. Although...
What?
I could take some from you. That would work. I like that.
What's P3?
Only one of the most important physiological finds of the last
Persona?
500 years.
Ugh. I already don't like it.
P3 is a hyaline fluid exuded by the system in response to pain.
Like adrenaline?
No. Adrenaline is non-specific to a variety of stressors, most of which are physical. But P3 is only released in times of intense emotional or psychological pain. It shows up in every fluid in the human body in minute quantities. It's a black bile. It's pure yang. And it's the primary component of the voyatrazine neutralizer. So let me suggest this. I will extract P3 from you. Should you give me enough for my purposes, I will give you some neutralizer for your friend. Provided you survive the extraction process.
E45?
And the process is...
I can't describe it. And personally, I've only performed the procedure. I've never actually undergone it.
How bad can it be?
I like to visualize it as a squeezing of the brain, although no actual physical contact is involved, other than drawing off the P3.
I guess it could be pretty bad.
The greatest quantity of P3 is released into the circulatory and endocrine systems. I like to tap it off at the superior vena cava. That's also a source of some discomfort.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Fine. Let's get started. Stand right here. John, would you administer the pre-wash?
Suddenly you feel a prick behind you. And he's got a hypodermic. He jabs it into your arm and the world spins first around the x-axis, then around the y-axis, and just as it gets into the z-axis, everything goes black. When you come to, the first thing you notice is the coldness. The room is cold, your back is against something cold, and suddenly you realize you're naked and lying on a metal table. Funny how danger is supposed to be romantic, though from the shrinking sensation you have down below, you are not finding this the least bit erotic.
I'm glad to see you're awake. It's always better when they start off aware of what's happening. You know, in my line of work, I meet a lot of very deluded, very sick people. But nobody with quite your brand of lunacy.
Am I a lunatic?
Yes. You believe that we're in the future.
Not exactly. You're the one. This is your present. I'm visiting. Just to help Alfie.
Yes, that's what you said. But I don't remember Alfie thinking he's from the past.
He comes back.
Right, in a time machine, the same one that got you here. Is that right?
Yes. Where's my stuff?
I took the liberty of lightening your load.
Thank you. Always
Grabbed
good to
some
lose
things
items
that
from
do
the
not
inventory.
belong to you. Rubber bands are quite valuable these days. We shouldn't have had one out in the open. The rest of your belongings are right here. If you survive, they'll be returned to you.
And I get the antidote, right?
Yes. Now that I think of it, I do remember him saying something about the past, and I remember being somewhat in doubt as to his state of sanity. But he had cash, so I decided, why be judgmental?
If you can read my mind, you know I'm not making it up.
If you are delusional, then what I see through your eyes would be a delusion as well. But down to business. Now, I'm going to reach down and scour those billions of memories and nightmares of yours in search of the blackest, vilest little nuggets of fear I can find. The things buried so deeply that you don't even talk to yourself about them. I envision it as being inside of your mind and being surrounded by the traumas and bruises and cuts. Most of them look healed over. But when I take my fingernails and rake them over the scabs to find the ones that really haven't healed at all, the cysts hidden behind them, that's what I'm looking for. I have to pop them, drain the bile from them.
Stop describing it and let's get it over with.
Oh, but the foreplay can be so much fun. But then again, quickies are nice too sometimes.
Oh. No. No.
You're getting
was
into the thick of it again, am I right?
We are getting into the thick of it again, yeah. We are. I accidentally skipped another line. The feeling of a hand inside your head is uncannily frightening. Instinctively you resist trying to harden your concentration, envisioning your mind as a taut muscle, syringe. Gape at the syringe. You can't just look at this enormous hypodermic, you have to gape at it. You've never seen such a ghastly instrument, seeing it plunged into your chest makes you feel very special. There's a tiny whirring noise coming from within the hypo, as if a small pump inside were actually sucking the juice from your body. Eject the syringe. You tense your chest muscles as hard as possible, hoping furiously that
Run
you can
along,
actually
little girl,
squeeze
the
the
grown-ups
needle
are
out this
talking.
way. All it does is make the syringe quiver a little, a lot of work for very little reward. In response, the hand squeezes brutally hard, and the fingertips seem to dig into the sudden sponginess.
A new god in a troubled land.
Strap. Nudge with nose. You bend your head as far forward as it will go, attempting to undo the buckle by pulling the loop out with the tip of your nose. But the strap is too tight to let your shoulders lift off the table. You curse your nose for being so short and pert. Strain against the strap. You inhale deeply and press your mighty chest against the leather strap, but it's pointless. It does give you an idea, however.
Would you mind spraying me in the face with testosterone?
The doctor ignores your request. Liquid pain, fire, and acidic begins to puddle and ooze around his fingers. Struggle against. You thrash violently against the strap, shaking the table back and forth. This does nothing to loosen the strap, but at least you are working off a little of that aggressive energy you've been feeling lately. Chew the strap. Curling in as much as possible, you try to catch the leather in your teeth. It doesn't work, and you can't get your mouth near the strap, but it does bring to mind a painful experience in junior high involving being tied with a film strip and being left for dead in the audiovisual room. AV room. The more your concentration wanes, the deeper his fingers sink into your consciousness. Rip the strap. You will your teeth or fingernails to grow long enough to enable you to rip at the leather strap, but once again, Hollywood has misled you into thinking that humans are capable of something they are really not. Lights. You can't help but think how nice it would be if he stopped. Maybe if you showed them a way you could tap some pain voluntarily. Me. Talk to me. Oh! Look at the old photo.
I've got your trinket right here.
Unbidden, you vividly recall the time somebody broke into your house in the middle of the night while you were upstairs with Barbara. Dr. Duplicitous stops his brain ringing process long enough to take the photo from your pile of stuff.
This? What about it?
The one I don't like to talk to myself about. The one I can't forgive myself for. The one that won't go away.
Ah, I knew you had something like that. I'll see what I can pull out about it.
Well, what if I just told you?
We can certainly try that. But if this is a delaying tactic, I'm going to be disappointed.
No, this is the real stuff.
Then by all means, tell me about it.
I had a family. This was a long time ago. This was 1970. My wife, Barbara. We had a daughter, Jessica, who was just a toddler at the time. She was a most perfect child. I mean, she was an angel. She never stopped smiling. We used to tell her, "Come on, cheer up," and then she would laugh. I was making a good living singing and playing, believe it or not, and Barbara was teaching part-time, and it was too good to be true, I guess, too good to last. I must have been out of my mind. I tried to fix. I thought I fixed the brakes on our car. I replaced the front brakes myself. Jake Stonebender, master mechanic, right? We were going to a movie, and we were on our way, and we were at an intersection. There was a truck coming from the left, and I slammed on my homemade brakes, and they failed. We hit the tractor trailer. I was only going a few miles over the speed limit. I had the brakes on, but they gave out. The engine block came right on through the dashboard, right between me and Barbara and Jessica, and they were on fire. I wasn't, but they were. We were all trapped, and they burned to death right beside me. I was hardly hurt, and I killed my wife.
Spirits of the swamp and mire, aid me in what I desire.
They had to cut us out of the car with chainsaws. I was sitting beside them, and they were so dead. I kept begging them to move. I started screaming at them finally, but they were so dead. I could see their faces, the expressions they were wearing when they burned. That was the last way they looked. I still see it. I see it so much I forget what it is I'm looking at. They were cutting me out, and when the chainsaw came near me, I thought, how can I live with this? So I climbed out the window and put my wrists up to the chainsaw.
Why didn't you kill yourself?
Wow.
I tried. The guy knocked me out.
Why didn't you try again?
I did. The doctor that saved my life also saved my soul. He took me to a bar, and I guess I learned to want to live again. I'm not sure how.
That was wonderful. And just look at that bottle. Jake Stonebender, I am delighted with you. You are a mess. And I am going to keep my end of the bargain. Perhaps in a few years I'll pay you another visit. I'm sure you'll have a lot more for me by then.
Dr. Duplicitous, a cruel but fair man, unstraps you and removes the extractor from your chest. He hands you a small vial of voitrazine neutralizer. Almost giddy with glee, he removes the bottle of P3 drained from your psyche and put it in the laboratory freezer. You collect your belongings and Doctor follows you down to the time sled in the alley outside. You set the controls to return to Callahan's, put in the next code number, throw the lever, and take another gut-twisting ride that twirls the world around you like a pinwheel. The next thing you know, you are back on the roof. The Doctor stays in the sled, but you climb out.
Have you any idea what sort of a repository of misery and despair the history of mankind holds for me? How much P3 I can refine from hundreds of generations of frightened, lonely people? You, more than most, should appreciate its power. Look at what it's done for you half your life. Look at how you survived.
I think I survived in spite of my pain.
Then maybe you should think about it a little longer. In the meantime, I'm going to pay a visit to the Spanish Inquisition. The church should never have left the torture business.
He says to date as he so you do. You pull the recipe halfway out your pocket, then you stop and think better of it.
What's that?
He snatches it out of your pocket and reads it.
What's this? You wanted to give me your recipe?
No,
He throws the recipe back at you and pulls the handle on the time sled.
I prefer to eat out. So long, Stonebender. Bye-bye.
You race down the ladder.
When are you gonna leave already? You wait too long, Alfie's gonna wake up again.
You hold up the neutralizer.
Got what I was looking for.
You pour the little vial down Alfie's throat. A few moments later, he sputters and wakes. I'm scared to click. I wait for a while. When I finally decide to click, it is that moment that the game automatically switches to the next line. And I end up skipping a new line. And when I decide to wait, then the game doesn't actually move on to the next line. It's not consistent. It's so weird.
That tastes terrible. What was that anyway?
Notice anything different?
The voices. You did it.
He throws his arms around you.
A thank you will suffice.
How can I ever repay you?
You already paid.
I did?
I had to bargain a little with your friend Dr. Duplicitous. You got the cure. You got the time sled.
He what?
Welcome back, Jason.
How could you do that?
I hope the
I
meeting
didn't
went
think
well.
you had a choice.
That's not the
Critical
point.
hits
A man
boost.
like him with a
Fazan
time
just
sled?
boosted
I'm a little
Undertale.
irresponsible. He'll destroy the world.
I wouldn't worry too much. He didn't
New
like the
critical
recipe.
hits boost. Fazan just ghosted Ass Effect Andromeda.
He went to check out the
New
Spanish
critical hits
Inquisition.
boost. Fazan just ghosted Chrono Trigger.
Piotr begins to say that he wouldn't have expected the Spanish Inquisition, but so do about 6 other people. And they all trail up before the words are
Once he gets out of the sled, he can't start it up again.
Unless he wants to try the 10 billion combinations it'd take to find the right one.
Gonna tell us what happened, Jake?
You wait for a moment before responding to Fast Eddie's request.
I don't think so. I'm gonna have to think about it myself for a while.
Fast Eddie pulls out his blackjack and offers it to you, but you decline. You are not into the paint thing right now. Yeah, good luck with the presentation, Taze. And what they expect is Spanish Inquisition. Oh, buddy. Alright, we finished the 4th one. So let's take a short moment to do the boosts. Chrono Trigger. Andromeda. Thank you for the boost, Tazen, Evelyn, do you like it? Very
New
much
critical hits
appreciated.
boost.
Oh,
Paradwise just boosted Betrayal in Anthra.
This is a 1997 game, yes.
New critical hits boost. Paradwise just ghosted Sacred.
Yeah, shopping.
New critical hits boost. Jot Eilers just boosted Anthra. New critical hits boost. Jot Eilers just boosted Wasteland. New critical hits boost. Jot Eilers just boosted Chrono Trigger. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just roosted Grim Dawn.
Alright. Thank you for the boost, Jetless Parrots. Back to the game. So, what was the next mission that we found? Was it this guy?
Yes.
Hey, I told you some stuff would happen tonight.
You were right. This is most amusing, and I'm really enjoying learning your language, you know?
You're doing very well.
That is exactly
You're doing
correct.
very
I
well.
am doing very well.
Oh, it's not this guy.
You're doing very well.
Thank you, Gladys. It's not the Scruffy man. Long drink? Shorty? No. Let's talk to Alfie. Search Alfie? No.
How can I thank you?
I want the beanie.
Everybody wants the beanie. How can
I want you to get some help.
You're right. I need an assistant.
You're deliberately misunderstanding.
No, I understood you perfectly. I'm deliberately misinterpreting.
He's got you there.
How can I thank you?
By keeping your nose out of trouble, you varmint.
I wasn't looking for trouble. Trouble found me.
Get real. Now, I'm not an expert because I keep my nose clean, although in 100 years or so, I'm going to be a member in good standing of organized crime. Now, I'm not an expert on this because I usually keep my nose pretty clean, but it seems to me that when you get involved with a criminal mastermind who's trying to enslave the world through mind control, you can expect a little bit of trouble.
Don't inflict your pessimism on me, Jake Stonebender. I was the victim here. Dr. Duplicitous didn't tell me about the possible side effects.
It's a good thing. Otherwise, you'd have sold that garbage to a lot of other people, then you'd be responsible for their deaths. And you don't have an antidote to offer them.
All the pills were hidden in the time sled. Wherever the doctor is now, he's got them.
That should make for an interesting inquisition.
I know it wasn't Josie.
Hi, Jake.
Here's a scoop for you.
You're kidding.
Nope. That's how I got back.
It's a lot.
Do they use?
I don't think
We had
plus-
this.
That's why.
It's not Mickey. Oh, we cannot even talk to Mickey. Mickey is hidden behind Doc. Is it? It's not Doc.
Doc, unless your tastes change dramatically,
puzzle
you're
solver.
gonna have to curb your appetite in the
No,
future.
I would solve
Why's
them
that?
myself. I
Well,
would
they
solve
make
them
a lot
myself.
of people food.
I
should
don't
hope
think
so.
I would.
No,
I would
I
cheat
mean it's
like
food, but it's also people.
People who eat people.
that. Beat puzzles are a lot of fun. I love those. It's not Mike.
What's up?
Nothing.
It's not Noah.
Hey, Captain.
You didn't have.
Why?
Just thought I could use a little bulking up.
You can. Try working out.
That's a little on the vain side for me.
I see. Working to bulk up is vain. Taking drugs to bulk up isn't.
That's not the real reason. I just hate wearing spandex.
Well, we don't like the way you look in spandex either. Just suffer along with the rest of us.
Is it Joe? Oh yeah, it was Joe. Okay. What's up? Sometimes in his haste to put down the words in his head, he skips the punctuation. At other times, he skips the words, just uses punctuation. Okay, Joe, let's go bring back Ralph.
Okay, Joe, let's go bring back Ralph.
Positive?
Yeah, I've been running around the world getting people angry at me. Really, if I should be fighting with anybody, it's the government.
Great, let's go! Wait, did you save? Alright, I will make a hard save at the start of...
I better let people know where we're going in case we don't come back. Meet me outside.
Joe looks panic-stricken at your delay, but hangs back to wait for you to leave.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm going to make a quick save when we reach there. No, I know it works. I know it works, I tried that. Joe walks ahead of you as the two of you step out into the parking lot. Question mark?
Give me the bird's eye lowdown on this caper again.
Question mark, question mark?
I mean, recapitulate the situation.
Okay, the facts as I know them. Early this PM, Ralph was snatched from a pet shop by 4 supposed FBI agents. He was taken to a fortified installation in the mountain about 2 hours north of here. I'm going to get him. We'll need help.
How much help?
Just one.
Mickey might be a better choice. If he gets close to Ralph, he can protect him.
Wouldn't they like to get their hands on Mickey as well?
True, and I can blend in better than he can. Forgot what I was going to say next. Never mind.
Okay, I guess it is in this geography and in this time zone. So we don't have to make some travel arrangements, I guess. So maybe we are just taking the track. You jump into your truck, lean over and unlock the passenger side. Joe climbs in after you and navigates, pointing most of the time but jotting things down when necessary. You take the Northern State Parkway west, the Throgs Neck Bridge over to the mainland, and then the 687 north to the Catskill Mountains. About 2 hours after leaving Callahan's, Joe directs you to pull over by the side of the road. Take the knapsack. You hustle back to the truck and pick up the knapsack. Open it. You open up the knapsack and rummage through its contents. Ooh boy, all kinds of neat stuff. We have a grappling hook. The grappling hook consists of a 4-pronged hook with a long nylon rope attached. We have goggles. This is one of the goodies Joe picked up at Covert Operations World, a 3x power 3000x light amplification night vision goggles, guaranteed by the Russian army to last for up to 2 full-scale invasions or your money back. Of course, it's that up to 2 invasions where they get you. Suction cups. These 4-strong quick-release suction cups with straps must be some sort of emergency snakebite kit. Wire cutters. It's a strong, lightweight pair of wire cutters. Pocket knife. It's Joe's pocket knife, 50% Swiss and 50% German. It has a blade, a corkscrew, a Phillips screwdriver, a slotted screwdriver, and the butane nose hair remover. Oh, the nose hair remover is the most useful of them all. Close the knapsack. He was a man of silent intensity. His mission was clear and the stakes were always high, or it wasn't worth his time. When the expedition finally caught up with him, he had nothing left but his Duck urban knapsack with parachute nylon straps, from where one exclusively for the L.J. Bienerman catalog, $275. Truck. Look at the truck. We don't need to look at. Talk to Joe. Question mark.
What have you observed about this place?
The use case is supposed to be more like you encounter a late game beat chest, get super excited about the puzzle, struggle with it for half an hour, consider just leaving the chest on the verge of madness because you'll probably find like 2 shovels in it anyway, and use the solo rather than without. Yeah, exactly. Didn't spend much time here.
So there's a chance he's not even here anymore.
Joe's face slackens. He taps his pencil against the pad nose.
If so, there's nothing to be done about it. Let's assume he's still in there.
After a few moments, Joe slowly nods in his assent.
Now's a good time to pull out that big old plan you were working on for this.
Maybe I can distract the guard. You can check out the guardhouse.
And then?
See if fence is on. See if there's a way to turn the security off without it being obvious.
Okay, how are you going to distract the guard?
Joe pulls the camera out of his pocket and winks at you. Then he starts off towards the guardhouse, stops, then comes back to your position.
Did you forget something?
Joe reaches into his pocket a second time and pulls out his keys. On the keyring is a small, slender silver whistle. He twists it off his keychain and presses it into your hand.
This. What is this?
Ralph gave it to me, his whistle, just in case.
Shouldn't you keep it?
But Joe has already gotten back to his feet and walks to the guardhouse. He walks near the guardhouse and begins to snap flash pictures. The guard immediately walks out of the guardhouse and approaches Joe, who backs away, taking the guard further and further from the booth. Finally, he stops backing away. He probably has the guard a sufficient distance from the guardhouse for you to sneak in and out if you are cautious. Guardhouse. The guard is trying to get Joe to stop taking pictures of the mountain.
Damn it, the public has a right to know.
Must consume.
Enjoy your food, Cupid. Once inside, you stay low to the ground, trying to keep your head at or below window level. The equipment is antiquated high-tech, not having been updated since the late 70s, when it went from poorly designed bomb shelter to ineffectively redesigned research storage facility. Wires. Let's cut the wires. That would make the control panel useless. You may yet need it to function in some way. Let's... You don't have enough Hulk singers to change up the light bulb, plus you are going to have to leave the lights looking as if they work normally. But... Oh, I thought this was the switch. Okay, flip the switch. You unlock the main door. Disable the electrified fence. Flip the backup systems. Read the sign. The sign reads EF interrupt alarm. Lock. Unlock the lock. You have no key that will fit this lock. Press the button. The button is locked behind the plexiglass bubble. The guard no doubt carries a key for this. Bag. Open the bag. You gently open the bag and your face is suddenly enveloped in a steamy cloud infused with the essence of gyros and fries. If some entrepreneur would only invent a woman's perfume with that particular aroma, there are many women whose husbands would take them to bed more often. You gently reclose the bag and fold the top over to the approximate angle it was when you began. The guard might be really, really anal. Take the bag. You think about food at the oddest times. Neither the bag nor its contents would be of use to you. Take the pencil. Your pencil is far superior in every way, except yours sticks out of a pocket more. Of course, that could be an advantage, but probably not. Remove the control panel. Something is preventing the top of the panel from lifting off. Well, pocket knife with the unscrew. Remove the panel. Red strip. Switch the red strip with the green strip. Ah, I see. We are going to disable all of them, but we are going to make it look like they are all enabled. Replace the control panel. Put the screws. You replace the screws at the four corners of the panel and tighten them firmly with Joe's jack. Flip. You turn off the EF interrupt alarm. So we should be done now. Letter. Dear Mountain Weather personnel, we at the Department of Defense would like to thank you for your patience during the completion of renovations to the mountain weather. We have heard your complaints and succeeded in arranging the appropriate funding, thanks in no small part to the Senator Bob and War Pork Belly. Any contributions to the Senator's campaign fund will be matched by the Department of Defense, so please return your envelopes by the end of the month and give generously. So far, we have completed work on the air conditioning, which now reaches all of the rooms in the facility. We have also emptied the refrigerator, our thanks to the boys in hazmat, and brought in new vending machines that give change. Still to be finished is the resurfacing of the main door. Please don't forget to keep the door closed and locked at all times during the resurfacing to prevent injuries. Following the completion of the resurfacing, we will be increasing the number of female lavatory facilities in order to comply with new regulations. We will then be looking at carpet swatches for the atrium. In light of these improvements, we request that all overstuffing of the suggestion box be halted. After reconsideration, it has been determined that a rumpus room would be inappropriate as rumpuses, ructions, and ruckuses are contrary to Regulation 4.10.1617. In addition, we do not see a pressing need for either a wind tunnel or an orgy room, even if we were to save money by having them occupy the same space. In the future, please make all suggestions with the self-control and upstanding behavior the world has come to expect from the United States Armed Forces. Incidentally, we still have the lowest number of pending rape cases of all the branches of the military. Way to go, Army! Yours, Sergeant Wallace, Sheetrock, Washington, D.C. Thermos. Take the thermos. You don't want the guard to know you've been in here. Leave the room looking exactly the way it did before you snuck it. Open it. You slowly remove the thermos so as not to drop it. And once it's below the window level, you take the lid off. It's full of fat-free cream of bacon soup, which sounds as creamy and flavorful as it really is. Monitor. A security camera is trained on the main door, although wherever the camera is mounted, it isn't back far enough to see the very top of the camera. Okay. So it isn't back far enough to see the very top of the door. Phone. Take the phone. You slowly take the receiver off the hook. A moment later, a gruff voice comes on and says, "Yeah." Worried that the guard may hear your voice, you softly say, "Sorry, wrong number." And then you quickly hang up the phone.
Duh. Could I have said anything dumber?
Wastebasket search. You pick through the garbage and find an old local paper, damp with something. There's also some candy wrappers and a catalog for mail order computer goods threatening to take the addressee, Mr. Weather Government Facility, off the mailing list if he doesn't place an order soon. What? So this message. Steve, we are anticipating having the new push-button style telephones installed in the guardhouse by the end of the month, okay? Simidi. In 74. It's been over 20 years. Serial number. Read. In this light, it looks like 1136842. Somehow you doubt this would be of any importance. You start the deck out of the guardhouse when you realize that this configuration of board will not withstand scrutiny by the guard. The switches now work in the wrong direction, turning the lights green when the switches are down, and turning the lights red when the switches are up. You quickly remove the control panel's cover, set the inners back to their original configuration, and reattach the cover. That done, you peer out from the doorway. Joe is still giving the guard conniptions. You take the opportunity to dodge back, out, and creep along the ground until you are concealed by the bushes again. Beat around the bushes. You start to beat around the bush, but then decide you can take care of that later. Right now, you've got some important procrastinating to do. Can I try to steal the key from the guard? I don't understand why this didn't work. Unscrew, remove, rotate script. You give the switch strip a twist, switching it to end for end and turning the switches upside down. Ah, I think I understand, maybe. Okay, now they are off at the top. And it shows green. I think. Replace. Knowing that leaving the panel in this configuration would be a dead giveaway, you again restore it to its original state before sneaking. Okay, what am I misunderstanding? Let's take another look at this. So they're at the top. And they are green. And they are on, right? Top green on. We need to make it top green off. You give the switch strip a twist, switching it end for end, turning the switches upside down. So this is right now bottom green on. Well, wait. Now they are on. We flip them up, turn them off. Then we switch green with red. Now they are off. The switches are at the top and it's all green. So this should work. Welcome back, Pat. So now they are off, but the switches are at the top and it's green. Knowing that leaving the panel in this configuration would be that giveaway, you again restart. What? What am I misunderstanding here? What's going on? Alright. So first we flip them. Now all of them are off, right? All of them are off. They are all off, pointing to the bottom. We rotate the switch strip. Switching it end for end. This is the switch that controls the juice to the electrified fence, only upside down. Dance music, yeah, we are breaking into a guard booth, which tense. Presently, it's pretty tense. Rotate the red strip. You give the off slide strip a twist, switching it to end for end. What does that do? So we switch them also. Is that what I was forgetting to do? Maybe. Peeking out from your kneeling position inside the guardhouse, you see that. Okay, I think we did it. I think we had to switch the end on the LEDs as well. The next thing you know, you hear the guard utter a cry of victory. From your concealed position, you see the guard holding the camera aloft and away from Joe's grabbing hands. The guard pops open the camera, pulls out the film, turning his body constantly to fend off Joe. Joe sags in pretense of defeat as the guard hands him back the camera, its back still hanging open. As Joe trudges off down the road, the guard goes back into the guardhouse and watches Joe recede into the darkness. Joe walks past you without acknowledging you, goes past the truck, and walks even further down the road to make sure the guard can't see him anymore. 5 minutes later, he sneaks back to you.
Excellent.
What a jerk. Does he think a photographer only carries one roll of film?
Forgot.
Okay, so we did turn off the electrified fence, we did unlock the door, and we know that the top of the gate is not shown on the camera. So grappling hook with the fence. You toss the grappling hook gently at the base of the fence and it bounces off without making sparks, so at least you know it's safe. But upon evaluation of your visibility, if you were to try to scale the fence, you decide you'd just be too out in the open. No cover at all once you're above the bushes. Pocket knife. Goggles. Top of the guard. Can we enter the guardhouse? You should try to get the guard out of the guardhouse if you want to go. I don't want to go. The lights. There's a small light on top of the guardhouse, unlit right now, which you take to mean they are not aware of any problems around the perimeter. Can we climb the guardhouse? No. Search the bushes. You explore around the base of the bush, and other than getting a few million new germs on your hands, you find nothing of interest. About 5 minutes from now, when you offhandedly rub your eye, you'll set in motion a chain of events that adds up with you getting a nasty sight that takes days to drain. Move the bushes. You start to move the bushes to allow easier access to the fence, but then you realize you might attract unwanted attention from the guardhouse off to the right. Truck drive. You head back to the truck, Joe dogging your heels. When you climb into the cab, Joe pulls out his pad and starts to ride. What's up?
We can drive through the fence.
And then just knock out on the front door? Knock on the front door? No. Barbed wire. Long strands of barbed wire are strung along the top of the fence in order to thwart those who would attempt to climb over it. Upon closer examination, you see that this is no ordinary barbed wire. It is the even more vicious titanium ceramic diamond razor wire, the hardest and sharpest substance known to man. But wait, it's worse than that. It's ex-girlfriend wire, the sharpest substance known to men. Har har har. Okay, so what do we do? You have a whistle, let's blow the whistle. No dogs come running up. Wire cutters. Cut the wire, cut the fence. You bring the wire cutters close to the fence and just to make sure you toss the wire cutter at the chain link. No sparks are produced. You pick up the wire cutters and snip around in a semicircle, eventually making a good sized opening. Okay. This was a very obvious solution. I don't know why I missed it for so long. Reminding Joe that he should have the truck waiting for you when you return, you gingerly pick your way through the circle of sharply snipped chain link. Keeping low to the ground, you dodge from the tree to bush to tree, trying to get a little closer to the mountain, each time without the guard spotting. The dark of the night helps provide cover. Eventually you come within just a few feet of the mountain. Breathless from the exertion of running in a low crouch, you come to rest in a small thicket of scrub near the side of the front entrance. The massive door set into the mountain looms on your left. To your right is the scaffold. There's a narrow corridor between them. If you were to wander out into that corridor, you'd quickly be spotted by the guard. Open the door. You walk to the little door trying to appear purposeful, matching the slightly brisk pace at which everyone else is moving. You arrive without instant and try the door. It's sealed as tightly as if it were part of the wall itself. Pick the lock. There's a rock, climb the rock. You free one hand and grab some of the jutting rocks, testing them to see if you could haul yourself up onto them, but your knowledge of rock climbing is nil, and there's no rappelling equipment in Joe's knapsack except for the grappling hook. After a few all-out attempts to pull yourself onto the rock face, you resign yourself to the fact that you just don't have the training or sheer muscles for this particular sport. Winch. Turn the winch. Ah! You turn the winch counterclockwise as the cables feed out, the clamps are lowered to the ground. Tarp. Take the tarp. You quickly snatch the tarp off the scaffold, bundling it up in your arms and praying it wasn't noticeable. Am I dropping frames? I seem to have dropped some frames. I'm not sure when that happened. It's currently not happening though. You had a lag spike. Seems okay. Yeah, I seem to have dropped some frames. I don't know if it happened just now though. Thanks for letting me know, Pi. Take the clamps. Even if the clamps weren't so heavy and bulky, they are attached to the cables. You wouldn't be able to take them anywhere. Tarp at the clamps. You fasten the clamps to the grommets at either end of the tarp. You'll need to take the tarp off the plank before you can do anything with it. I don't want to do anything with it. Turn the winch. There's a lot of resistance from the winch as you raise the tarp. It unfolds as you draw it upwards, forming a dirty grey curtain in front of the dirty grey door. You stop when the clamps reach the top of the scaffold. Now, grappling hook. You could throw the grappling hook straight up and possibly lodge it on a rock, but you'd be exposed to view as soon as you climb above the shrubs. But that's why we put the tarp up, right? The tarp is hung up in the back of the scaffold, forming a curtain between the scaffold and the door. Are we supposed to climb the scaffolding? Push the scaffold. The structure is solid and has been locked down into position. You cannot move it. Climb it. The tarp is blocking the way of the scaffold, so you are forced to climb in front of it. Unfortunately, this leaves you completely exposed to the guard's view from the guardhouse. As the searchlight swings your way, you quickly jump down and scurry into the bushes. Okay. Then we turn the winch. Put the grappling hook now. Climb the scaffold. You start to clamber up the scaffold. As you do, you see a light from the guardhouse swinging towards you. Taking only a moment to judge your distance from the ground, you jump from the scaffold to dive into the brush. A few split seconds later, the light sweeps across the scaffold and pauses momentarily at the point where you stopped climbing. The light swings back in the opposite direction. You weren't seen this time, but there's no way you'll be able to make it to the top of the scaffold without being spotted. I guess you're not supposed to climb the scaffolding. Unless we somehow cut a little bit of it? No? Scaffold. Okay, let's keep looking. The door is locked. We cannot climb the rock. There's a guardhouse there. Rock. We cannot climb it. Knock on the door. You rap on the door, momentarily imagining that Joe is standing right outside, has found a keycard, and is just waiting to let you walk outside. But from that incredibly dull thud your hand makes on the door, you are not even sure the knock can be heard from outside. You walk to the little door. Alright, we cannot open it. We probably cannot pick the lock. How many band name puzzles did you miss? None. You did miss last Wednesday. You did miss 10 horror actors and actresses, classic horror movie actors and actresses, and you missed three of Thor's boosting riddles. Thor made 3 of his boosts into riddles, so you did miss a few riddles, but none of them were band name puzzles. Okay, why can we wear the goggles? No. Grapple. You could throw the grappling hook straight up, possible genre. You'll be exposed to view as soon as you climb above the shrubs. So I cannot remove the tarp anymore, which means it was the correct one. Thor riddles were fine. Fence. Climb the fence. Can you go back? If you go back through the fence now, with Joe not distracting the guard, you'll probably be spotted. Therefore, you only want to go through the fence once you're ready to get out of dodge, which means you should have Ralph with you first. Climb this rock. You free one hand and grab some of your jutting rocks, testing them to see if you could hold yourself up onto them. Same thing. Okay, I think this rock and this rock is the same item, so the game doesn't actually realize that I'm trying to climb this. See, there is a different hotspot here that I didn't spot at all. For some reason, I missed this entrance completely, and I don't fully get it. The entrance, the wall is the entrance, the door is not the entrance. Well, look at the entrance. This enormous expanse of steel is flaking and pitted, but still rock solid and very cold. Open the entrance, there is no doorknob. Knock on the entrance, you rap against the metal, it hardly seems to make a noise. We probably have to climb, that was my whole idea, using the grappling hook around here. But when I use the grappling hook on this rock, it thinks I'm using it on the other side. It hardly seems to make a noise, but it does do a good scouring job on your knuckles. What's worse, nobody answers your knock. Push the entrance. You push, but it's like pushing against the mountain itself. Offhand, you can't remember whether house-sized doors like this one open inward or outward. Oh, arena with 14 wards. Arena gets more wards. Remove hinges from the entrance. Even if the hinges burned outside, removing them would require a screwdriver the size of God's pimple, Louisiana. Hey Catmas, welcome. Good to see you. By the way, there is a chance we can finish Mass Effect next Friday, and if not, most probably Saturday, or at the latest Sunday. So the poll is going to come to an end. We are going to move on to the next game. So these are the last few days towards. And with the survey, I have received a total of 22 responses so far, as the maximum is 25. It would be very nice if we could get 3 more responses for people who can spare the time and are invested in the channel, at least interested in the channel. That would be the max amount. Valence should be Valen. Ah, okay. I will try to remember. I will fix it later. Thank you, Pat. How are you doing, Catmas? Removing them would require a screwdriver with the size of God's pimple, Louisiana. Okay. Slide under the entrance. You'd have to be run over by a steamroller before you could slip under the door. And there simply isn't enough time for that. Blow up the entrance. Damn, you sold your last case of TNT to that little Simpson kid down the block. Tunnel under. You are good.
New
Painting
Evil-O-Meter
stairs in the
character
house.
suggestion
Hey.
by Parrotwise.
Enjoy painting. Enjoy painting, Catmas. Painting is fun. Or can be fun, rather. Tunnel under. You frantically scrabble at the heavy metal base covering the ground. Your fingernails click against it futilely, like a dog on a hot skillet. We are talking about a hot dog, naturally. Chew through the entrance. If you had opted for that piranha-style bridge work your dentist once offered to you, you might actually be able to chew through the door. But no, you cheaped out. And now look at the mess you are in. It pays to buy the best. Squeeze through the entrance. You start to squeeze between the two halves of the door, but you give up in despair after you can't seem to get more than a few atoms wedged in there. Okay, you can't put... Oh, it's not working. It wasn't the solution. Wire cutters? Pocket knife? There goes. Ah, it wasn't the solution. I thought we would just climb over this wall. Sky, the night is young. Wife is good, everything is perfect. Acetylene torch. I left it in my other pants. Clamps. Wait, I know what clamps is. We used that before. Clamps. Take the clamps. Even if the clamps weren't so heavy and bulky, they are attached to the cables. We cannot climb it. We cannot remove the tarp. We cannot put anything on the tarp. Suction cups? Use suction cups on the door. Yes, it might help your wall walking if you practice on a relatively small door like this one. But now is not time to... Oh! Wait, are we actually going to climb over the wall with the suction cups? You walk behind the tarp and press your body to the huge metal door. The suction cups take hold and you perform a human spider routine up the doorway. And a more graceless human spider there's yet never been. Why can we not use the grappling hook? Isn't it much easier? And look at the explanation of the item. Must be some sort of emergency snakebite kit. I didn't think it would be climbing things. There's no place for purchase. It says there is though. When you try the rock, it says you may be able to get a wedge in the rocks, but you would be spotted when you climb over the shrubs. It's not true though. It's not true with the hotspot that I'm trying at. It thinks I'm trying to rock on the other way. But yeah, maybe there is no purchase with the actual wall. Anyway, I did not realize this was climbing suction cups. That's fine. Vents. Open the vents. You tug on the grating, but as you can only free one hand to do it, you don't want to pop your suction cups off the door. Your tugging is fussy and effectual. Wire cutters, suction cups, grappling hook. The vents lowers are all pointed downward and are set to very close together. You could probably attach the grappling hook by slamming it into the thin metal lowers, but there is an easier way. There is? Why don't you tell me what that is, game? Bushes. Take the bushes. You start to pull the shrub completely free of the rocks, then you decide you'd rather just stop at the florist on the way home if you really want another houseplant. Pull the bushes. You test the bushes to see if they'll support your weight. Grabbing the base of one of the bushes, you pull hard, and you can feel the roots breaking under the strain. Hurriedly, you put your weight back on the suction cups. Hey, Dragon Jam! How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Open the entrance, there's no knock on the entrance. These are the same options. Push. Now wire cut. Oh! Tire iron. With the tire iron in hand, you are able to easily pry the vent loose and swing it over the side. How's your Wednesday, Dragon? When this is all over, you'll have some calls to make. There are a lot of TV and news magazines who'd probably love to show everyone how easy it is to break into this place. Let's go on. Is good? Nice. With the vents now open, you set about struggling into it. First you remove a suction cup from the door, place that hand inside the vent, and affix the cup to the smooth metal surface inside. Then it's a simple matter to do the same with the other hand, which gives you enough leverage to pull yourself into the cramped space. Hey Draven, welcome. Welcome Andlock. Good to see you both. How are you doing today? Happy Wednesday to both of you. I'm crossing the times in here. No, I'm not crossing the times. Not at all. I am just breaking into a super secret military facility to rescue one of my friend's dogs. That's all. Been working on the Catio. That Catio is a project that will never end. Always getting better, getting improved. I'm doing okay, thank you. Doing well. You remove the suction cups from your arms and legs. As you do, you notice a light breeze being sucked in from the outside. Good, you think. This is a simple ventilation shaft. Then you smile, not a whole lot though, at the thought of getting stuck somewhere in the shaft, and your dead body rotting in the vent for months while the feds go crazy trying to find the source of the stench. Wouldn't that be a joke on them? The faint light that enters behind you is sufficient to get past the turn to your left and the twist to the right. After that, you find yourself in total darkness. You put a hand to your face to see if you are wearing a headless box, but you are not. You pull the goggles onto your head and flip the small power switch on the side. After a moment, the world pops into view. In various shades of green and grey. It's like being inside a gigantic Nintendo Game Boy. Who doesn't love a labyrinth? So we took a left and right to come here. Let me get my trusty huge notebook here. Wait, these pages are all full. So. Let's say we entered this way, we took a left, and we took a right. Now we can go forward or go right. No, I don't know. Let's go forward. Let's go forward. Let's go forward. Let's go forward again. Let's go as forward as we can. I haven't been marking where I could turn left or right. I made a mistake. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I should have marked those. Turn off the fan. You'll have to get closer. So we are in the corner. This is the fan. Let's mark the fan. Turn off the fan. You tug on one of the wires, it pops off its terminal. The fan shuts off. Can we maybe unscrew it? Wire cutters. Pocket knife. Suction cups. Turn on the fan. With your trusted pocket knife, you reconnect the wire. Turn off the fan. Okay. Ahead. No, we turned left. Okay, we can go right. That's nuts. We can turn right again. There seems to be a fan here. Let's turn it off. 2 times back, turn right. Right, now we can continue this way. One more. One more. This is... Hey, Bogo. Turn off the fan. We turned it off. Can we turn right? Can we turn right from here? Yes. Wait. Left, not right. Left. How are you, Bogu? Good to see you. Let's go this way. One more. I think we can turn left again. Wait, I'm confused. I think my map is entirely wrong now. I think I got confused somewhere. You know what? Forget the map. I made the mistake at the very start anyway, so I will just try to remember. Get a fat package of miniatures, including some D2 ones. Oh, very cool. Did you get some of those printed? Vent. Open the vent. There's nothing in that room you need, and entering from the air conditioning would probably alert the room's inhabitants to your peculiarly unauthorized states. Raising the goggles so that you don't blind yourself, you look down into the vent. Several office workers are working down here. One is at a large filing cabinet, prominently marked Republicans, and is removing folders and placing them in cartons. Another is marking the cartons to White House. A third worker carries the cartons out of the room, and they are wearing dark glasses so that they can claim to not have seen. To not have seen? To not have seen what? Not have seen. What? Tell me, game. 2 Duriels, 2 Balrogs. It's well, Mephisto. Are you happy with them? How do they look? Are they high enough quality? Alright. I think we are done in this section. We haven't gone this way. Turned off. Hey, 7 streak. Thank you, Draven. Thank you for being here. For 7 days in a row. There's nothing in that room you need. Okay, let's look down. It's just another fake alien autopsy in progress. One agent is walking around with a camcorder. The others are fighting over who gets to be the doctor, who gets to be the alien. Turn off. The light, sounds and smells coming from this vent indicate that it connects to the outside world. We are back here. Mephisto's face you are not able with. Lost a lot of detail, most importantly teeth. This is great. Well, you generally seem to be happy with it, so which is great. Okay, do I bother making an actual map? A correct map this time. I don't think I do. Just check the rights and lefts more thoroughly. We have been here. We have also been here. We have been here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I feel like we have been to everywhere possible. Except, okay, apparently I missed this area. A crowd of agents with notebooks is clustered around the toll wheel. Another agent repeatedly spins the wheel, calling out the results with each spin. Mechanical failure, administrative error, matter of national security, and several dozen other phrases. Every time civil rights comes up, it's met with gales of laughter and a phrase spin. Wow. I don't know why I am turning them all off, or if it's the right thing to do. But it is a thing to do, so I keep doing it. The cafeteria is just below. Today they are featuring the Dillinger Deluxe, cooked goose on a slab of marble rye, Hoover's favorite turkey salad with hot cross dressing, and Mississippi fries. Honestly, I should have taken all rights. I've been a little bit all over the place. We have been here? There's a class being taught in the room below. You can't really follow the conversation, but it has something to do with plumbing and hotels. We can turn this on. Oh, we must have turned it off from the other side. I think I'm going the wrong way. Okay. I think I missed an area somewhere here. No, this is the cafeteria. Maybe I needed a map. Maybe I needed to make a map. I think we are going back to the... I have no idea where we're going. Is this the exit? Yes, it is the exit. Okay. So we are going to take all the right turns. Always right turns whenever we can. We are basically going to put our hand on the wall to the right and follow it along. Now turn right. Maybe I should try opening all the vents too. But I feel like I need to find an empty... Wait. Wait, I lost my right hand. Which one was I following? Yeah. Yeah, I'm confused now. I think we are... I hope we are following the right wall. That's fine. Okay, no turns here. Yeah, we are on the right track. Back again. Yeah, I need to turn right, but this is a dead end, right? It is. Okay, so turning right is the only way anyway. I missed a turn, I think. Should look. Cafeteria. Cannot go. Okay, we are looking for an empty room. I think the fans are there to, you know, basically like breadcrumbs. If I see a fan that is turned on, I know I haven't been there. Something like that, to clue the player in on the fact that it's a path that they haven't taken or something like that. Probably. I don't think they actually serve another purpose. I might be mistaken though. I missed the turn. Wait, is this a... that's a... That's like a loop, I think. I heard fans. I hear fan sounds coming from ahead. Is it a bug? Because then it goes away. Right now it's coming from my left. Now it's coming from ahead. Now it's gone. A seminar on improving race relations is in progress in the room below. You don't recognize the skinhead or the guy in the tall, pointy white hat, but you can see that David Duke and George Wallace are getting ready to speak. Can we open it? No. Okay, let's keep using the same strategy. See it? It's gone again. Now it's coming from across. The thin galvanized steel, normally silver but green in the glow of your goggles, makes hollow knocking sounds at the sudden application of 160 pounds to normally not weight-bearing duct. Do we have to cut this? It's coming from across. It's coming from right. Oh! It's coming from my left right now. Now it could, I guess, be considered coming from behind. But now it's coming from my right. But it's actually behind me. The stereo is switched. Raising the goggles so that you don't blind yourself, you look down into the vent. The room below is a mess. Folders are scattered all over the place, drawers are open, and people keep wandering in and out with files. There's a row of dartboards on the wall, one of which has a list of job titles, one of which has a list of cities in the US, and the last of which has a list of last names. The sign on the door says Federal Witness Protection Program. Can we open it? No, probably not. So the stereo is switched. Gotta keep that in mind. You've been here, right? Did I miss a turn? No. Now I hear fan sounds from the left, so it's gotta be on the right. Okay. And turn it off. Extremely bored-looking agent is dispiritedly walking with a book of find the word puzzles. This is the guy assigned to worry about the Kennedy, the King, Malcolm X, Silkwood, Watergate, and Jimi Hendrix cover-ups. Oops, you probably hadn't heard of the Hendrix. Forget about it. Can we open it? No. The room below is a small soundstage where bureau training films are produced, including such classics as Militia's Mischief, with music by Militia Manchester and Militia Eldridge. Area 51, where are you? And Smile, you are on Candid Apps camera. There's nothing in that room that you need. Okay, come on, please be this one. A couple of flags from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms are listening to G. Gordon Liddy on WNUT. All demagoguery all the time, and filing out requisitions for jackboots. Open it. So we hear another. There's one more. So it's the sound comes from the left, which means it's to my right. Is it coming from below? I wonder. I'm not sure. Okay. We are finding new fans. And we are finding some old fans, which is kind of worrying me. But I'm assuming we may have turned them off from the other side. It's a room full of federal agents, 20 of them packed into a 10 by 10 room, surrounding a monitor. They're intently watching the news wires, and the moment of a story appears involving scandal, serial murder, or catastrophe, they all set to work generating as many sick jokes as they can and putting them out on the internet. Oh, it's these guys then. It's an important job, and you are glad somebody's doing it, but you'd always heard it was being done by a room full of dead lawyers. Open. Come on. The room below is like a war room with oversized electronic maps and constantly shifting displays. This is the conspiracy room, where new fake conspiracies are cooked up daily in order to draw attention away from the real ones. Alright, this labyrinth is getting a bit old. I would like to find the exit of this soon, if possible, immediately, like right now. Like, we go ahead and it's the exit. That's what I want. But I'm not getting what I want. You hear a lot of movement in Ralph's cell, and you crawl back to the vent. What? Oh, we found something! Hey! We turned right and we found something. That's something. Grill. Remove the grill. You carefully dislodge the grill and pull it into the duct. Ralph looks up at you and you think smiles.
Jake. How many times do I have to tell you not to talk to strangers?
Who listens to you?
That's right. Now see what happens?
Calm down, but be quiet.
Are they right outside?
I don't think so. But people keep walking by, and thank you for coming.
Joe's outside.
I know.
Can we go down? Whistle. Ralph, unamused at the sharp sound you keep making, whines and looks at you with big brown puppy dog eyes. Look at the uniform. How do I get down? Chair. I want to go down. Pet Ralph. You stroke the top of Ralph's head. He looks up at you and smiles, or so you'd like
I
to
sense the good in your heart.
Hey, Biginard. Welcome in. Johnny.
Boy, am I glad to see you.
What did you do, Ralph?
I guess I shouldn't have gone on Nightline.
I told you not to go on Nightline. I told you people would see you.
So you told me, I admit it.
This is your final warning.
Gone on the new
Leave
Bill Cosby show
or
instead.
perish.
Report. Read the report. You can't see this floor closely enough to read the subject, but binding job is very attractive and definitely deserves a medal. Word processor. This is a vintage smooth corroded word processing typewriter. How are you doing, Biginard? How's your Wednesday? Look at the papers. Various types of handwritten papers are scattered on the desk. Pencil. Look at the pencil. You're a little far away, but you squint at the pencil and... Is it? Could it be? You think it is, and it is! Another fax in Castaroga number 2. Fax in Castaroga 42G. Various types of handwritten paper. Blah blah. There's nothing. Cap. Sergeant's crisp, spotless cap is sitting on the desk. You hope his skull isn't catching cold. Ashtray. Empty the ashtray. Restrain those, Felix. Ungeresque impulse. What is Ungeresque? Felix Ungeresque. Who is he? I don't know who he is. I'm telling you, I don't get half the jokes in this game. So how do we get down? Interrogation room. Smell. Warm air rises from the room, carrying with it a mixed grill of aromas, tobacco, people sweat, dog breath, bad coffee, and industrial strength deodorizer too weak to contract all of the above. So why is Ralph not coming up here? Light. Take the light. You pull on the lamp cord, bringing the light bulb all the way up to you. There being nothing in particular you can do with it at this point, you lower it again. There's a lot of very specific 70s and 80s jokes. Yeah, especially the ones involving names. I don't get any of them.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, Jake, but you don't do the floating light bulb trick nearly as well as Piotr does.
Memory bot is too old for you. Door. Open the door. Joe foolishly forgot to pack the Ron's remote control door snaffler, which snaffles closed doors from up to 20 feet away and also lets you change light bulbs from across the room. Where's that? Is that a real thing? Chair. 4 government chairs. These are astoundingly functional. Are we going to maybe... Floor. I cannot actually go anywhere. I cannot turn around. I cannot go down. I cannot even go back. The bear bulb throws harsh yellow light into the room. Maybe we cut the lights? Pocket knife. Wear the goggles. Whistle. Would you like some chocolate? No, that would be very bad, right? Plus, you'd heard chocolate is toxic to some dogs, antioxidants notwithstanding. Uniform. Uniform is hanging on the inside. How do I get down? Maybe I'm not supposed to get down? But then I cannot go back either. I cannot tell Ralph to come to me. Get down here. Okay, I'll jump. You catch me.
Okay, I'll jump. You catch me.
I don't think so. Shh.
Can you move that chair under me?
No, the table is in the way.
Can you move the table?
Not without making a lot of noise.
Can you crumple up a lot of paper and make a cushy pile for me to jump down upon?
Jake, I've said many times that I would do anything for opposable thumbs, but I just don't have any.
Do you have any portable winches on you?
I left mine back at home with all my other winches.
Would you sandpaper the wall so I can use my suction cups?
I left my sandpaper at home with my winches.
Would you talk about something other than getting me down from here?
Of course.
What's been going on here?
They keep threatening me with invasive surgical procedures. I'm telling them the truth, but they don't seem to want to consider that I'm not a threat.
Maybe they want to clone you. You know, create an army of intelligent dogs.
You've been watching those last couple of Planet of the Apes movies again, haven't you?
Don't laugh. I hear it started with dogs and then they moved on to apes.
Did it really?
Are you all right?
I'm tired and thirsty and my fur smells like a burning tobacco plantation. But otherwise, I'm fine. Is Joe doing all right?
He's holding together. He's very worried.
I knew he would be.
Okay, I'll be down in a minute.
I'll be here.
So I suppose getting down is the puzzle after all. Bottled up papers are strewn about the floor. You burn with rage as you realize those sheets of paper are your tax dollars going to waste. After all, these people work for you, right? 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 Walls. Suction cups with walls. Surfaces too rough. Grappling hook with chair. Grappling hook with desk. Grappling hook with walls. It's got to be the light somehow.
I'm sorry to have...
We have to Unscrew the light bulb and climb down using the cable, maybe. Suction cups. Grappling hook. Close knapsack. Open knapsack. The beer bulb throws harsh yellow light into the room. They didn't even spring for soft whites. Does their depravity know no bounds? Well, it's the government. What did you expect? Joe foolishly forgot to pack drug. Joe, you're terrible, Joe. Mirror. Look at the mirror. You think this is called a one-way mirror, but you're not sure why. Which way does the one-way refer to? If it means you can only see your reflection by looking at it one way, then all mirrors are one-way mirrors. If it means you can look through the mirror in one direction only, that makes all other mirrors no-way mirrors. And it means that windows are two-way mirrors. Damn it, one-way mirrors should be called two-way mirrors because you can use them two ways. But no time for this now, Robin. That goods doesn't need your help. Okay. This is one of the 4 chairs in the room. It looks so much like the other chairs that you suspect this was an intentional similarity. But that would imply that somebody gave some thought to this room's aesthetic design, and the rest of the room contradicts that implication. Chair. That could work. You set the grappling hook on the lip of the vent, then lean on it with as much body weight as possible to help sink the hooks into the thin metal ducts. You reach down and pull on the rope to test it. The hook stays put. Ralph paces nervously as you ease yourself out of the vent and slowly lower yourself onto the rope until your feet touch the floor. I'm not exactly sure what I did. You turn around and whip the rope until the hook dislodges. You deftly catch it. You wrap the rope around your arm and turn to Ralph.
This is very impressive, Jake. You know, I heard somebody here say that the CIA is looking for a few good assassins.
In high school, I was voted least likely to be an action hero. So have you noticed any prospective exits?
I'm game for the ducts.
Well, there's a problem with that. It lets out above the main door, and that's a long way to the ground. How are you with suction cups?
I had one a long time ago. It passed right through my system.
Okay, we'll find another way.
Take the cap. Wear the uniform. Deciding to see how the other half lives, you slip on the uniform and the sergeant's cap. Thanks to the army's one-size-fits-all tailoring, it's not too horrendous, although it makes you look a little full in the back, so to speak. Report. Read the report. You skim the report. It details ongoing experiments involving a dog, almost certainly Tina, and outlines several proposed procedures. Some of the diagrams and drawings are greatly disturbing. You close the report and toss it back on the table, feigning indifference so that Ralph will be less likely to want to take a look on his own. Word processor. You never learned how to type. When you were in school, only girls were allowed to take the typing class. You took shop instead, and to your credit, you still have the napkin holder you made as a final project. In fact, it's hard to imagine where you would keep your napkins without it. You take the crumpled piece of paper and open it up. It contains an unfinished draft of something that reads like a release form.
At first, they wanted me to sign a release giving them ownership of me. Then I pointed out to them that if they had me sign it, it would be an acknowledgement of my ability to think and reason for myself.
And thus they couldn't own you.
Right.
So what happened?
I think they've decided they don't need my permission.
Okay.
At first,
and
right. So I think.
Take the ashtray. You consider taking the ashtray as a souvenir, hoping it says something like Mount Weather on it. But as you pick it up and move the butts around, you says it actually reads Gross Singer. That being the name of one of the major Catskills resorts, you decide this ashtray was stolen to begin with. Various types of handwritten papers are scattered on the desk. Oh, look at us. A cash. Jake inverted. If you keep your chest unnaturally inflated, the jacket actually seems to fit. Break the mirror. Breaking a government mirror is 7 years of hard labor. Hoopflar. Look at Hoopflar. Looking at Ralph's reflection brings a question to mind.
Ralph, how come dogs go crazy when they see themselves in a mirror or trash can or something?
They wouldn't if their masters would brush their fur once in a while.
Ah. Okay, can we just nonchalantly open the door and move out? Turn the door handle. The handle swings down effortlessly, but the door is still locked. Lock. There's a keyhole under the door handle. Turn the door handle. The handle swings. Okay. Coat hooks. Take the coat hooks. The hooks are screwed tightly to the door in order to prevent interdepartmental theft. You'll just have to buy your own when you get back to the civilization. Or I can use my Swiss... Wait, what? What do you mean? It has a Phillips screwdriver and a slotted screwdriver. So I should be able to unscrew them. Cut them. Unlock the lock with pocket knife. You pull every item you can find from the jackknife, but none of them is a lockpick.
I told Joe to get the next model up.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Thanks for the follow.
It came with a lockpick and a
Welcome to the
cattle
channel.
prod.
I'd settle for either one of those.
Thank you, thank you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Handsome. Can we disassemble this thing? No. Let's talk to Ralph.
If you have any suggestions for getting out of here, I'm all ears.
Until now, I've been concentrating on not giving them reasons to dissect me. There are only 2 exits that I know of, other than the way you came in. They're both doors and they both high security. They have an elaborate password system that I have not been able to figure out.
Can you tell me anything about it?
Not really. Just listening to it, I can't make sense of it.
So we still have to find this other puppy.
Yes, I think we have to.
If you have any superpowers other than speech and intelligence, now's the time to use them.
I also smell much better than you do.
If that's true, I need a shower. How did you get here anyway?
Joe and I had gone into PetSmart to pick up a few toiletries. So we are in the toothpaste aisle and 4 or 5 guys smelling of fast food came in behind us and just hustled me out.
Did you say anything?
Not for hours. Not until they started talking about finding Joe and bringing him in too.
He was shadowing them the whole way. Tracked them here, then came back to the bar and got me. Didn't waste any time.
His birthday's coming up. This year, I do something special.
What have you told them?
Just about everything. 10 times. And the truth too. The intelligence was mutation. The voice was surgery. The combination was a coincidence.
That's where I can see them getting uneasy. They probably don't like coincidences.
Precisely. I don't know if I would believe it myself if I wasn't a talking dog.
Just checking to make sure you don't slip out of consciousness. From a concussion or something.
This wasn't Howard Beach. Although I think that Sergeant wouldn't have minded taking a swing at me, and I certainly wouldn't have minded biting back.
Okay. The walls and ceiling are thickly stuccoed. What does that mean? And the floor is made up of small locker room style tiles. It's a depressing little room that was probably originally intended as an office for one person. So we know there is another room behind this mirror. We cannot break it. Sit on the chair. You sit down in the chair and spend the next half hour interrogating Ralph. He almost breaks down under your relentless assault, but he manages to hold it together. Finally, the 2 of you shake hands and call it a draw. Turn off the light. It's the only source of light in the room.
Damn. Why didn't I bring my wintergreen lifesavers?
I was just asking myself the same question.
Take the light. You have no use for the light bulb. Actually, you have less than no use for it. You actively despise it. The bare green bulb is highly annoying, and not only for its glare, but also because it's radiating heat. And the room is already stifling. We cannot open the door. Can we search the uniform? You look through the pockets of the uniform. You find a small key, folded subpoena, a wad of cash rolled into a cylinder, a fortune cookie-sized slip of paper with the word phonics on it, and a crack pipe. So we just kept the key. The key doesn't fit in the door's lock. This is a small ordinary metal key of the sort you would find in a uniform. You would find in a uniform. As you comb through the pockets, there's nothing new to be found. You still decide not to take the roll of cash, use crack pipe, slip with phonics written on it, or subpoena. So this doesn't open the door?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just check.
This one.
Can we unscrew the door handle? Can we make a copy of the key at the chocolates? Well, I don't know why we would want to do that. Use the license. Jigger the lock with the license. In the hope that the lock is a simple one, you slip the driver's license into the slit between the door and the jamb. You peer in and see that the stiff plastic laminate is indeed helping to push the triangular bolt lock back into the door. After a couple of minutes of wrestling, you succeed in pushing the bolt back. You leave the license in place and slowly turn the handle to pull the door open a crack. Ralph pats over and joins you as you peek out of the door to see if anybody is around. They're not. You slip your hand outside the door and feel for a latch or key. There isn't one, but there's a pair of buttons above and below the bolt of the narrow edge of the door. You switch their positions and disable the lock. So this was a classic open with a credit card kind of lock, but you would have to put the card in between this, whatever this is called, the frame and the door, right? You would have to put it right here, and there's no hotspot here. And using it on the lock, it doesn't make any sense. It's still what we had to do. Having unlocked the door, it now opens and as easy as you please, you step out into the room beyond the cell, and Ralph trots over and stands behind your legs. Let's make a save. FBI. You never managed to open any doors with a card? How many doors did you try? Dial the phone.
Who are you calling?
There's a phone in the guardhouse outside, and they have controls for the front door there.
We have work to do first. We haven't found the other dog yet.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry.
We need to find another dog? Welcome back, Yuppie. Open the door. To reach that door, you'd have to throw your arm seriously out of joint. That was over 20 years ago, so it's hard to tell. Open the gate. Everyone tried that at some point. I used to try to lockpick the drawers at my father's work with paper clips when I was like 7 or 8 or something. And I actually managed to unlock one of them one time. You open many doors with a bottle and cardboard. Same with bending spoons with your mind. I never tried that now. You nonchalantly stroll over to the gate, bend down and look around to see if you attracted any attention. You haven't, so you try to slowly lift the metal gate, but it's locked. People call you when they lock themselves out. That's just as well. You wouldn't want to inadvertently see any government secrets and thereby pose a threat to the free world. Okay. So we cannot... The tarpaulin surrounding the scaffold effectively shields the interior from view. This seems to be an adequate hiding place, although it's not exactly secure. Ralph follows you. Ralph dogs your heels complacently, attempting to look docile but reluctant. Canvas. Pull the canvas. You attempt to pull the canvas up, but the weight of the scaffold's beam don't allow you to get any significant slack. Pole. Shake the pole. You start to shake the pole to test its scaffold worthiness.
What are you doing that for?
Just testing it.
Aren't people going to wonder why the scaffold is shaking?
Okay, I'm done.
Ralph whines and scratches behind his ear. Turn the pole. The pole doesn't seem to turn, but now your hand smells of steel. Climb the pole. You start to climb
What
up
are
the
you
pole.
looking for, Jake?
Anything.
Well, let me know when you find it. What are you...
Okay, we cannot actually. Turnbuckle. Turn the turnbuckle. The turnbuckle is at maximum tightness. You can turn it either way. They are all at maximum tightness. You fish through your pockets for a battering ram, but unfortunately you seem to have forgotten to bring one. Ah. My feet. Get moving, my feet. Suddenly you've got happy feet. It doesn't help you out of Mount weather, but it sure makes you feel like dancing the night away. Ralph suddenly turns and goes after his own tail, spinning for a few seconds in a startlingly convincing impersonation of a dumb dog.
That was good.
My legs, bend my legs. You bend your knees slightly, cracking them.
Why is man the only animal that cracks his knuckles?
I'm just a knuckle cracker. I'm not a philosopher.
Base. Look at base. The base of each pole ends in a metal plate, and each plate is attached to a square of thick plywood. Tarp. Push tarp. Pushing on the tarp makes it bulge from the outside. You stop before it looks like you are fighting with somebody in here. Pull tarp. Pulling on the tarp creates openings at the corners through which people can see in. Don't draw excess attention to yourself. Cut it? Ralph suddenly stands at attention, his ears snapping forward. Then he relaxes.
At ease.
Shh. Don't make me laugh.
Okay, let's go back. Drive the forklifts. You step up and tell the driver you want to commandeer his forklift. He and the other workers in the area burst out laughing and regale you with comments like, "That's a good one, sir. We'll have to tell that to the other men, sir. And we'll be happy to do whatever you need done, sir, if you'll just submit a work order to 8G in triplicate to the supply office and give us till next Tuesday."
Gesundheit.
Danke.
Supplies. Hundreds of barrels of K rations are stockpiled here by FEMA. From what you heard about army food, the K probably stands for kennel. The barrel is about 3/4 full of creamy white frosting, and a spoon. These barrels are industrial supply containers. They all have different labels and contents. Catwalks. Can we climb? You make your way over to the catwalks and begin to climb to the support structure. You turn to make sure nobody's watching, and you find to your disappointment that only a half-dozen soldiers are watching. Red-faced, you shinny down again, loudly bark at the man to get back to work, and walk away. Railing. Ceiling. Pipes. Climb the pipes. As you approach the wall of pipes, you plan your course of action. You'll find a couple of 2x4s, make a pair of stilts, reach the pipes. Once you do, you can jettison the stilts and shinny up the pipes, using the suction cups if need be. Nobody will think twice about seeing an officer scaling the walls. Okay, while we're at it, let's have peace on earth, goodwill towards man forevermore, okay? Okay, it's all set, no problem. Duly cowed by all the sarcasm running through your head, you slink back to where you were standing. Door. Open the door. You walk to the little door, trying to appear purposeful, matching the slightly brisk pace at which everyone else is moving. You arrive without incident and try the door. This is the door that we tried to open from the outside, right? You're not that impressed. It's nothing compared to the Mall of America. This place doesn't even have a TCBY, let alone its own wave pool. Ralph suddenly swings his head around and chews at a spot on his flank.
You got this down good.
Mm-hmm.
Edifice. This imposing edifice looks as if it could house hundreds, perhaps thousands of civil servants. A chill runs up and down your spine. What if there were an earthquake? There'd be nothing left here but edifice wrecks. Wouldn't there be a mother? That would. We cannot climb the rock. Look at the window. Narrow windows high up in the atrium give you the feeling of a fortress or a high-security prison. Ralph slowly walks in between some of the stacks of supplies right next to the lab door. A moment later, he trots out looking much relieved. What about this door? Until you've determined that it's safe to enter the door, you'd do well not to barge in. Knock on the door. You'll put yourself in harm's way by deliberately coming face to face with any of the personnel here. Sniff
You
the
tell
door.
whether or not there are people behind that door, you know, smell it and see what you get?
Yes, I could. But you know, Jake, maybe this is the time to put your training to the test.
But this isn't like truffle hunting. Truffles smell horrible. I don't have the olfactory sensitivity you do. I can try, but...
There's no try, only do. Trust your instincts, Jake. Let go.
Okay, Ben.
You kneel down and pretend to be petting Ralph as you sniff around near the bottom of the door.
I don't know.
Close your eyes.
Yeasty.
Mm-hmm.
Sour. Sweaty.
Very good.
I'd say there's a room with people in it. Men.
And?
Beer.
Close.
Non-alcoholic beer.
And?
You sniff harder and detect the greasy note.
Cheese fries.
Very good, Jake.
Thank you. Believe me, it's luck.
In my experience, there's no such thing as luck.
Ralph suddenly sits down and begins to lick himself in a special
You're
way.
overdoing it.
Ralph stops instantly and thinks about what you said. Then he very purposefully licks himself 3 more times before standing up and regarding you with superiority and amusement. You just know he's thinking, I can and you cannot. That's true. Sniff the door.
How about sniffing this one?
How about it?
You're gonna make me do all of these?
Why not? I won't let you make any big mistakes.
You crouch and pretend to take a stone out of your shoe. As you do, you sniff at the aroma wafting in from under the door. You close your eyes.
Ozone.
Ralph waits for
Oil?
more.
What kind?
10W30.
Good. And?
It's sharp, I don't know.
It envelops you and guides you.
Acetylene?
Very, very good. Are there people in there?
You press your ear to the door.
Cheating.
You sniff instead.
Yes, there are people. At least there's a woman in there.
And she's wearing?
You take one more good drag.
Stetson for women.
Be proud, Jake. Be very proud.
Is a dog training us in sniffing? What is this? What is this game? You begin to sniff the door when Ralph goes into action. He stands up, his hands against the door, he starts to push the handle with his nose. You immediately catch up to him and grab the handle.
Wait, is it safe?
Ralph mutters something you can't quite hear and starts to scratch quickly at the door. Realizing that he is attracting attention, you turn to handle, he bolts into the room beyond. You stick your head inside the room and quickly scan for humans. You see none. The room's lights are at half brightness, but it's obviously a laboratory of some kind. You are struck by a strong animal scent, and another one, a powerful antiseptic, and the combination is sickening. You can only imagine how overpowering it must be for Ralph. On the far side of the room are stacks of cages. Ralph has already skittered between the lab tables and is running down the stacks, bumping cages, his paws finding no friction on the smooth floor. Before you can reach him, he tries to come to a screeching halt, overshoots, paws clicking frantically, and he runs back the other way until he stops in front of one of the large cages on the bottom row. Ralph settles to the floor and lowers his head between his paws, coming face to face with another dog. They sniff each other, Ralph wildly, twitching with excitement, the other one more tentatively.
Yes, it's a very bad smell.
Ralph's body stiffens in shock at the sound of her voice.
Wait a minute.
Ralph stands up and sticks his nose through the cage. You reach down and open the cage door. Ralph steps back so that the other German Shepherd can come out. They sniff each other from head to toe.
I know you.
But you don't remember me.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
You are Ralph. It's okay. It's been a long time. You are just a whelp.
Wait, Tina?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my dog.
I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
But you're speaking.
I'm sorry, excuse me, but I'd like an introduction.
Tina, this is my friend, Jake Stonebender. Jake, this is my sister, Tina.
A pleasure.
The three of you walk out of the lab and into the atrium.
Now, don't act smart, okay? Just act like a couple of normal dogs. The less attention you draw to yourself, the better.
Agreed.
Oh, my dog.
Tina?
You are not really military, are you?
No, this is a borrowed jacket. Sort of. Ralph?
Yeah?
If you have any suggestions for getting out of here, I'm all ears.
Until now, I've been concentrating on not giving them reasons to. There are only 2 exits that they have an elaborate.
Can you tell me?
Not 3.
So we.
Yes.
Just check.
Let's keep checking the doors, I guess. Call the elevator. The elevator is keyed. You don't have the right kind of key to call it. But since you don't really want to come face to face with other humans here, if you can prevent it, you really don't want. You don't give a rat's ass whether you want to make it up this elevator or not. Tina hears a noise and turns to look for it, cocking her head endearingly. You begin to sniff the cell door, then you remember that if anybody had gone here, there'd be an alarm raised. Truck, drive the truck. You approach the transport and notice several drones in the immediate vicinity working on and around the truck. Rather than confront them, you pretend to take a brief look at their work, nodding considered approval, and slowly stride back to the railing. You can't figure out if you like this game or find it ridiculous. It's certainly a little, ridiculous is a word. I'm not sure if it's a word I would use. It's pushing the boundaries of the reality, right? Of believability. It's certainly not believable, but tries to get a footing in reality. I guess that is what feels ridiculous. It's very enjoyable, if you can look at this as a fantasy title, which it is. Enter the scaffold. I don't have any problems with the writing or the characters or the environments. I do have a little bit of a problem with some of the questionable puzzle design, but otherwise I really had a good time with this game. Scaffold is too short for bungee jumping. Enter the scaffold. Tina?
Yes?
How did they find you?
I was answering phones during a fundraiser for a local public television channel in Teaneck, and they swung the camera around, and 15 minutes later, these FBI agents hustled me out of the studio. Can we talk about this another time? I'd kind of like to get out of here if we can arrange it.
Sure, I'm sorry.
No apology necessary.
I insist.
Okay.
He thinks he...
I have a better opinion.
Tina?
Yes?
How much older than Ralph are you?
About a year. Not to cut you short, but...
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. Am I supposed to do something here? As you begin to shinny up the pole, shaking the scaffold, Tina begins to whine softly. Ralph starts to lick her. You quickly determine that there is nothing higher up inside the scaffold worth seeing, so you go back down, much to the relief of the dogs. Why do we have this scene? Entrance. Open the entrance.
Tired?
What is there to do in this scene? Tire iron the entrance? Can we go here now?
Here, boy.
Ralph turns and gives you a sour look, then walks back to you. You look down at Tina to see how she's doing, and there are gooey threads in the corners of her eyes. The dogs are always doing something, and it seeps into my, other examination responses and stuff. Look at the atrium. The cavernous interior of Mount Weather echoes with the voice and footfalls of countless civilian personnel. What must have cost to hollow out this mountain? You can begin to guess, but the biggest question in your mind is, where do they all park? Hey Zerel, welcome. How are you today? How's your Wednesday? It's good to see you. To reach that door, you'd have to throw your arm seriously out of juice. How do we get there? Climb the rock. Entrance. You stiffly and quickly walk to the door, attempting to radiate purpose, self-assurance, and incompetence, which would actually make you stick out like a sore thumb. Several army drones salute you as you pass, and you nod curtly to them. Once you're all the way to the door, you pretend to be stretching your calf muscles as you press as hard as you can against the door. Nothing
Just my
happens.
luck. It's probably a pull.
You're actually stalking one guy on my channel. No worries at all. Stalk away, stalk away. Open the door. Knock on the door. Am I supposed to open this door? It will be the least obtrusive way out of here, except it requires a keycard which you don't have. I still have this key, I don't know what to do with it. Oh, okay, I need to use this now. Because we saved the dog, right? That was mentioned before.
What are you going to do?
Going to try to get the guard outside to open the main door.
What did I tell you about trying?
There is no try, only do.
Good. Now escort us back to the scaffold first so we can be ready to run.
We take the dogs back to the scaffold. Oh, look at them!
You two stay here. I'm going to go make the call. Be ready to bolt. I don't know how long the door will stay open. We've got a truck outside the fence at about 1 o'clock from here. Joe should be ready. There's a large scaffold right on the other side of the door. When the door starts to open, if it opens outward, it's going to knock that scaffold right over. Hang back. Don't start to run till the scaffold falls down, okay? One more thing. There's a hole in the fence, but be careful. It's an electrified fence. It should be turned off, but just in case, pretend it's on. I'll follow as fast as I can, but if you don't see me and they're gaining on you, don't wait. Take off.
Good luck, Jake.
Even if we don't make it out of here, it was worth it to see you again, Ralph. You've turned into a very handsome dog. I am glad Melian gave you the same gift he gave me.
She licks his ear.
Hasta la vista, puppies.
You pick up the phone and dial 512. The guard asks you for the phonetics? Is it phonetics?
What? That ain't any password I ever heard. Didn't you get your new word this morning?
Nope.
What are you, new around here? You need the real word, and then the weird one with the bizarro letter combinations. They don't look nothing alike, but you know, they pronounce the same. That's English for you, anyways.
He hangs up, you hang up, you both hang up. What?
Wrong, bud. Hey, you better align your brain.
Wait, explain it to me once more. As for the password.
Wrong-o. Get with it, Sizzle Chest. Today's password follows the same paradigm as all the previous ones.
This game is amazing, ridiculous at the same time. Yeah, we were just talking about it. It's just kind of ridiculous. I think ridiculous is actually a good adjective to describe this game. Have you never had heard of this game before? Yeah, it's not very well known. I guess. Open. Sniff. You bend down and pretend to pull up your socks. In the meantime, you're also able to grab a sniff from around the edges of the door. It's fairly dark on the other side. You smell steel and gunpowder. Let's make another mistake. Guard asks you for the password.
You don't fool me. That ain't the password. It's just not that hard, Bo. Just think it through.
But I don't understand what I need to think about.
What? That ain't any...
Okay.
Nope. What are you, new around here?
You need the real
word, and then the weird one with the bizarro letter combinations. They don't look nothing alike, but you know, they pronounce the same. That's English for you, anyways.
I need the real world and the bizarro letter combination. But what is the new word? What is the real world? Real word. Phonics. A slip with phonics. Phonics. So I need to find the bizarre letter combination that sounds like phonics.
Wrong, bud. Hey, you better align your brain.
Phonics. Bizarre letter. What does it mean? Phonics.
Wrong-o. Get with it, Sizzle Chest. Today's password follows the same paradigm as all the previous ones.
Bird is the word. Real is a word. Phonics.
You don't fool me. That ain't the password. It's just not that hard, Bo. Just think it through.
Does it actually have anything to do with the phonics? Can I ask the dogs, maybe?
Yeah?
If you have...
Until now, there are only 2 exits. They have an elaborate password system that I have not been able to figure out.
Can you tell me anything about it?
Not really. Just listening to it, I can't make sense of it.
So we still have to find this other puppy.
Yes, I think we have to.
So just listening to it, he cannot make any sense of it because they sound the same, but are written differently with bizarre letter combinations.
Just check.
This one.
Yes?
Please come with me, Tina.
Oh, I can bring Tina with me?
Yeah?
If you have any
until they're on, they have.
Can you tell me?
Not to.
So we.
Yes.
Just check.
This one.
Yes?
Tina, please.
Password. What if the password, the real world is the password? Phonics. I don't get it.
What? That ain't any password I ever heard. Didn't you get your new word this morning?
Nope.
What are you, new around here? You need the real word, and then the weird one with the bizarro letter combinations. They don't look nothing alike, but you know, they pronounce the same. That's
But
English
that's Phoenix.
for you anyways.
They are not supposed to look alike. They are supposed to pronounce the same. I'm assuming phonics, this is the real word. That's why I'm trying stuff like phonics. Oh, phonics.
Wrong, bud. Hey, you better align your brain.
Align your brain? Phone. X.
Wrong-o. Get with it, Sizzle Chest. Today's password follows the same paradigm as all the previous ones.
What about phonics?
You don't fool me. That ain't the password.
What about phonics?
What? That ain't...
Nope.
What are you, new around here? You need the real word, and then the weird one with the bizarro letter combinations. They don't look nothing alike, but you know, they pronounce the same. That's English for you, anyways.
Bizarro letter combination? I'm not sure if this is the word, the real word. But there is nothing else, so it must be this, right? Phonics. Pho. I tried this phonics.
Wrong, bud. Hey, you better align your brain.
Can we get a clue if I bring the dogs with me?
Please come.
Yes.
What have they been doing to you here?
Tina's eyes begin to tear.
We don't have to talk about it here if you don't want to.
Thank you. Yes.
How much?
About, no.
Oh.
Wrong-o.
Yeah, Tina says nothing. I could try more words if I was sure that I'm on the right track.
Yeah?
Why don't
Any ideas? Does anyone have any ideas about what could be the password?
Yeah.
We could try your ideas.
Did you not remember about your sister at all?
The memory is so distant, it almost feels as if it were something I'd only imagined, or dreamt of, or read about. But her smell reminds me of the way I remember my mother smelling.
What have you told them?
Just about everything, and the truth.
That's where I...
Precise.
Just check.
Okay. The dogs say nothing.
Yeah?
Stay here.
This jacket belongs to the sergeant who was questioning Ralph. It smells of either Drakkar Noir or coastal deodorant soap, which have the same overpowering sweet, sinus-numbing aroma. It makes you wonder why you don't dress up more often. No ideas? Nobody has any ideas? Does anyone know the answer? Like, has anyone checked the solution or something? I just missed something. Can I go anywhere else now? I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I've been trying. I feel like I have checked all of these. All of the other doors and stuff. There's no one to talk to. We cannot go in any of these. You go back into the lab and look around. You weigh the merits of opening all the cages, letting the mice, monkeys, birds, and cats run free. Will it put them in greater peril, or is it just a way to give them a fighting chance? Will chaos be a good smokescreen, or will security just be clamped down tighter? You decide that you can probably do more good overall by letting people on the outside know what's going on inside, rather than by having animals running all over the place and serving as target practice. You're trying to open the elevator by sheer force would be conspicuous. Conspicuous. State of being ridiculously conspicuous. Conspicuously. Conspicuous. Is this the clue? The phonics. Is this what I'm supposed to do with the word? Conspicuous. Is that how I'm supposed to spell out the word phonics? To get the correct answer. We can go back here. I think I have taken out all the papers.
At first, they wanted
But
me
you are
to
not
sign a
here.
release.
And thus they...
Right.
So...
I think they...
I'm not here though. Type on the word processor. Read the report. You cannot read these papers. There is nothing else to read. I don't know. Am I missing something? If anyone has checked the walkthrough or knows the solution, can you tell me if I'm missing something? Like another area? Phonics? Let's try my initial idea.
What?
Phonics now.
Nope.
Alright, let's try yours. Phonics.
Wrong, bud. Hey, you better align.
You think phonics is not your clue? I don't think so. I didn't think in the first place, but it's the only thing I could find. So I'm not sure. I still have this key that I used at nowhere, basically. You bend down, pretend to pull up your socks. In the meantime, you're also able to grab a sniff around the edges of the door. It's fairly dark on the other side. You smell steel and gunpowder. Try Bob. You've been listening. Did you try phonics? Phonics.
Wrong.
No. Oh! Or phonics or something like that. Oh. Next.
What? Nope.
Wrong.
Yeah, maybe the phonics is not the clue. But I don't know what the clue is. Phonics. Fall. Or fall.
Wrong-o. Get with it, Sizzle Chest. Today's password follows the same paradigm as all the previous ones.
But what the word you just found? What word did I just find? Conspicuous? I didn't actually find the word. I didn't actually find that word. It was the narration. It was the narrator. Why did I... Conspicuous. So it is just like a joke narration, but a lot of the times these kinds of joke narrations hold an actual clue, not the answer. Like, we don't find this word somewhere in the world. Narrator made it up, so it cannot be the answer, but it could be the way to solve the puzzle. Instead of being ridiculously conspicuous. Conspicuous. Ridiculously conspicuous. It's not even a real word. You looked up the answer, you'll bow out of commenting. Just one question, Veru. Is it something to do with the phonics word, or am I supposed to find another word somewhere? I'd like to know that, if I'm missing something entirely. Look at the phone. It employs English phonics, but not the word phonic. Okay. I'm missing something. See, I don't know what I may be missing. Because in my mind, I have tried everything. I have looked at every hotspot. If you could maybe gently nudge me towards whatever I'm missing. Like, am I missing a new area? Am I missing a hotspot in an area?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah. Barrels. You should see about making use of that key. See, I don't know where to use it. I haven't found any... No, I already mentioned it before. I haven't used the key anywhere. I'm well aware of that. But I haven't found any locks or anything. I said that before. I'm not sure where to use it. I thought it may be these gates, because they are locked. They are mentioned as being locked. But it doesn't work. I thought about going up here, but apparently I cannot. And of course we found the key here. So I first looked for something to unlock right here. But I couldn't find anything. Maybe look at the key. Coat hooks. If I'm missing a hotspot, just tell me that I'm missing a hotspot. Pipes. There are some crates marked capacious just behind the truck. Capacious. I was missing a hotspot in the interrogation room. I am missing a hotspot in the interrogation room. So we have the walls, we have the pencil, the desk. I missed this huge desk? How did I miss this huge desk? It's the most difficult hotspot to miss. It's the biggest thing in the room. You open the drawer and look inside. It contains a memo. EOD memorandum to guard duty personnel from Mount Weather Operations. Date 5/15/94. EJAC drills. Commencing immediately, unannounced EJAC drills will be performed on an irregular basis. Immediate lockdown is required of all locks. Should report as read on systems. Diagnostics will periodically be administered during eject drills. Beta security procedures will be in effect. You notice a handwritten note at the bottom of the memo. Goatee fish. What? Goatee fish? What? Are these? Am I supposed to form words from these? They are supposed to sound like... Is Gothi supposed to sound like fish? Is it supposed to sound like a fish? Is a rearrangement of the letters supposed to be a fish? Big brain time. I cannot really make a connection between Gothi and fish. If it's an anagram, Nishan. GH is F? Enough? But so the rest? 40. Let's say 40. It's not still not fish. Like there is this weird thing. G is the letter that comes after F, H is the letter that comes before I, T is the letter that comes before S. Again, I is the letter that comes after H, but there is an extra letter. T is education. Oh wow, this is way more complicated than I thought. So it should, you know, the parts of the word are supposed to make sense in other words. So TI as part of, let's say, education sounds like sh. And F sounds, the GH sounds like F, like as part of tough. And where does O sound like I? Women. But if that is the actual solution, so now when we compare a word, to the one next to it, we can find explanations. Goldfish is a famous example in English phonetics. So when we try to understand it, we can understand it, but you know, let's say the one below, we are trying to solve it. we can make different explanations for each part. Famous example. I don't know the famous example. Chag Hai. So we need to find a word that this bizarre combination makes. So CH could be cha. So CH. What else can it be? It will be like channel, change, chore. It's always ch, right? It's always ch. It could be chaw, it could be cha. It could be sh or k as well. Machine. I think this is a pretty difficult puzzle. Yeah, this is a pretty difficult puzzle. Let's try to understand. Let's say it could be cha, sha, or ka. What is... So what is the next part? We don't even know if it's the CHA or CH that we need to understand, right? Let's say it's CH, then A, then GH, like f sound again. So chuff, chuffin, chuffa, chuff. So let's say KN isn't lock. Yeah, maybe. You don't need... Yeah, I realize I probably need to solve only the final one. Coffin. Could be coffin. Could be coffin. Kinda. The KN could be like knife. Or kneel. Some people pronounce it like K for sure. You're under the impression X. Is it X? So K. Or like, I don't know. It could be coffin. Coffin makes a bit of sense at least. Let's try to solve all of them anyway. At least let's try to find some sort of satisfactory answer to all of them. Let's say we solved the second one, okay? The second one is coffin. Let's go on to the third one. So there is an I. Item. So let's say this is I. The GH could be again like tough. So or it could be like in the item. Could be item. Yeah, collaborative. We are going to solve all of them together, Parrot. So feel free to make comments. Could be item. Maybe. I'm not 100% convinced though. Of Tom. Or maybe it's like light. Item. Should clarify that, in an otherwise no backstink stream. Yeah, I probably should have. But we were already doing it and I wasn't complaining, so I assumed. Yeah, you're right. Right. Clarified. We are solving these together. Adam. I don't know. Yeah, okay, Parrot. You're right. I don't know where we would get the D sound. Adam. Okay, let's say item. Let's move on. Nation. So na could be nay. Nation. Nation. It's nation. Yeah, nation. It's definitely nation. Nation is probably the answer. So what is this? MB could be like thumb. Thumb. Bob. No. Boff. Boff. Boffin. Boffin? Muffin. How do you hear MB as M? You were thinking like ignition, but no ig. How do you get M-U thumb, dumb? Yeah, that's what I thought, but where's the U sound, like ma? Oh, the O can also be read as, okay. Yeah, I guess. Thumb. But when you say thumb, no, you don't pronounce B, right? There's no B sound. Thumb, dumb. Okay, I was actually pronouncing them wrong. It's thumb, dumb. It's not thumb, dumb. I was wrong about that. Okay. Limb. Okay, muffin. So the final one is probably the answer. So GM, maybe like paradigm. I'm. Moan. Could it be like paradigm? O-U-G-N. So GN could be just the N sounds, like N. Man. Mon. That's the only GM you can think of, like paradigm. So I'm just like the M sound basically. No G's. And the GN could be like gnome, where G is dropped again. Or it could be the OUG could be like Doug, D-O-U-G. So Magen. I don't know. It could be an actual GM like Sigma. But Sigma, it's not English, right? Is it English? Moon. I kind of lean towards moon as well. It sounds like moon. Like if you drop the G in both parts, the OU could be moon or maybe man. Moon or man. But no, moon makes more sense than man. I was thinking of the word mourn, like M-O-U-R-N, mourn. So this would be like mourn rather than moon, if you think about that word. Holy Sigmar, blessed Rash puzzle. It could be moon. I think moon is the best idea we have come up with, so let's try that. Moon. The guard tells you that's correct and asks for the other part of the password.
Heck yeah, that's the one. What's up?
This is Sergeant
Well done, Chad. Well done, Zira.
This is
Great
Sergeant
job.
Kirkland. We're conducting an ejac drill, and I need to test a couple of systems.
Yes, sir. Whatever you say, sir.
Turn off your backup systems.
Through the receiver, you hear a snap as the guard toggles what he thinks is the backup system switch. But because of the switch you made earlier, he is actually unlocking the main door. To your right, there's a brief deep bass hum as the lock turns off. Your stomach knots as you realize how close you are
Sir,
to run for your life.
backup systems are off now.
Good.
Ban all
Now
the
try
backseat-
unlocking your panel and hit the main door button.
Sir?
Yes, if the mods
door
could
is
ban
currently
everyone who spoke
unlocked.
in the last
The
10
main
minutes,
door button
and
will
also
open it
themselves.
and knock down the scaffold, sir.
Who exactly am I talking to?
Private Jensen, sir.
Jensen, huh? Private Jensen? Well, this is Sergeant Kirkland. Got that? How would you like to stay a private for the next 30 years?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Good. Then do as I told you. Just be sure to toggle the main door lock on first. That'll prevent the door from opening.
You hear the click of another switch being thrown. In reality, the guard is merely turning on the backup systems, which aren't being used because the main systems are still apparently operating normally.
Lock on, sir. We're all set. Shall I try the main door button?
Adrenaline courses through your veins, everything comes sharply into focus, and the air feels unusually bracing.
Yes, Private. Make it so.
You hear him unlock the panel. He seems to be working in slow motion.
Now, sir?
Now.
You hear a soft click as the guard depresses the button. Nothing happens. Your heart leaps into your mouth.
Sir?
You have no idea what to say to him. Then, with a low rumble, the front doors begin to open outward. Guard on the phone gives a satisfying shriek. Pandemonium breaks out. The outside scaffold falls with a crash. You pray the dogs listened and waited before running. You suddenly realize you are waiting around for nothing. You start with a fast walk, progress to a jog, and finally go into an all-out run. Most people are milling around the entrance, not sure what to make of the door's unannounced opening or the fallen scaffold. You run through the crowd and keep going. Someone behind you shouts at you. As you run, you tear off the hat and jacket and throw them over your shoulder. Then you spot the dogs, black shadows running at high speed toward the hole in the fence. You can see the headlights of the truck beyond, bouncing slowly, approaching the hole. Joe must have been watching before the front door opened.
Hustle, Stonebender.
Don't use my name.
The shouts behind you increase in volume, but you got a good head start. Shortly after the dogs leap through the hole, they bound up in the back of the truck. They turn and watch you drove nearer. Joe throws the truck in reverse and does a perfect backwards one-point turn and throws the passenger side door open for you. You pick your way through the hole in the fence and dive into the truck. Joe floors it, your legs being pelted as the truck's wheels kick up stones and dirt.
Hang on!
The dogs are thrown against the back as the truck takes off, and you have to grab onto the seat to keep from flying out the door. As the truck races down the road, you pull yourself into the cab, reach out, and shut the door. Ralph and Tina start to bark in victory as the mountain recedes into blackness. Joe burns rubber all the way to Westchester. It's probably worse. It's probably like Wester. It's probably Wester, not Westchester. Wester. Then slows down when you all agree that you've gotten away without being followed. For a nicer drive back to Callahan's, Joe takes the pretty wooded Northern State Parkway. Alright, we finished the fifth one. Only the final one left. I think we can finish this game today, because I think the final mission is shorter than the others, and we still have 2 hours.
Pardon me, but have I said thank you to anyone yet? Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome, Ralph. And thank you, Joe.
You're welcome, Ralph and Jake. Thank you, Jake.
You're welcome, Joe.
Thank you all.
You're welcome, Tina.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. You walk into Callahan's amidst a chorus of cheers. A half hour later, you finish telling everyone the story of how you and Joe sprang Ralph and Tina from Mount Weather.
You know how they say military intelligence is an oxymoron? Well then, wouldn't that make military counterintelligence redundant?
So let me get this straight. You climbed up this immense door. And by the way, I hope you got paid scale for that. And then you were inducted?
I said I went in ducts.
He was absolutely heroic.
Jake,
I think Tina likes you.
She's a beautiful dog.
Maybe she's available.
She could do a lot worse than you.
Thank you. But there's an obvious problem. Religion.
You know, Jake,
Uh-oh.
now that you've stolen Ralph and Tina from the government, you know what you have here, don't you?
Yeah, a couple of hot dogs.
I'm sure they've mustered their forces by now. Probably catch up with you any minute.
Don't say that with so much relish.
I apologize. After all, you're already a hot dog. I don't want to make you a sauerkraut, too.
The chatter in the room quickly dies as people notice the bearded stranger standing by the chalk line.
I would like to make a toast. This is the way.
Go for it.
To humor.
To humor. Nice, bullseye. He looks like Bogu. He does. Minus the glasses.
I can go on?
The floor is still yours.
Mr.
Good.
Anderson.
Exactly. My name is Parabolus, and if I did not believe I was addressing an especially open-minded group, I would not be telling you what I'm about to tell you.
I'd vouch for everyone in the room myself, only I know they'd all rather vouch for themselves.
Yes, you would. I believe each of you here would. I've been following you around, and I'm amazed at the complexity and adaptability of your race. Your capacity for friendship, your capacity for self-sacrifice. Unheard of.
Me personally? You've been following me?
Yes, you. All your little sojourns this evening, to the other places and times. I belong to an organization of beings that is outside of what you take to be the universe. In fact, I don't wish to brag, but Raymond has always been one of my most interesting universes, and I had very high hopes for it.
This universe is called
Very
Raymond?
high. Who's Raymond? I'm sorry, that's you. Your universe, this universe. Raymond is its
Critical
name.
hits boost.
In our
Bogle
language,
underscore
roughly
Bogle just
translated,
boosted
it
one.
means
I don't drink
big
from
mistake.
glasses like
Raymond
that.
means big mistake?
Had high hopes for it.
It's clear what that means.
This project is due for
Critical
termination.
hits boost.
I'm sorry.
Bogle underscore
I'm very
Bogle just
sorry.
boosted two.
What are you saying?
I don't
He's
wear
saying they're
necklaces.
getting rid of us, if you'll believe it.
It's nothing personal.
What do you drink your
It's a
champagne
damn
from,
budget
Bogle?
decision is what it is. But I'm thinking that humor might be what I need to convince the board that this universe is latching onto
Critical
something
hits
of
boost.
infinitely
Bogle underscore
redeeming
Bogle just
value.
boosted 3.
And that
My
could
hairline
save it.
isn't
You
that
mean
high.
tell them
Fair
a joke?
enough.
No. That's not how it works. See, there are several of us, each maintaining a number of universes. Each universe is created with, well, your closest analogy would be a computer program, I suppose. We assign vast, unique combination of traits to each universe, seeding it with the raw materials necessary to foster some sort of development. Or that's the idea, at any rate. Now, wherever life develops in some form, new traits are constantly developed at a staggering pace. Once in a great while, one of these traits will emerge as valuable enough to disseminate elsewhere, to perpetuate it in other universes, perhaps even to make it a part of the plane of existence we inhabit. I have never seen humor before.
Ooh.
I would never have imagined it could display such a multiplicity of purposes. You simultaneously amuse and torment each other with it, which I still do not understand. Its efficacy as a painkiller is phenomenal. It softens negativity, and it produces laughter, a remarkable medicine that restores you both spiritually and physically in very subtle ways. Your humor, your concept of friendship, you have a lot of potential saving graces. You must be presented to the board. Of course, that will mean getting you out of this universe and... okay. I've got it.
He directs his gaze at you.
Meet me in my office. And everybody, the next round is on me.
Parabolus?
He's gone.
But look at what he left.
Mike indicates a bottle now sitting on the bar, a bottle that definitely wasn't there before. He also picks up a crystal shot glass. Everybody in the bar seems to have one now, including you. Hey drummer, welcoming. You're not sure some of Tazen's
New
pawns
critical
classify
hits
as
boost.
painkillers,
Starting
less healer,
underscore
more
drummer
pain.
just boosted Witcher. New critical hits boost. Starving _ drummer just boosted Fallout 3. New critical hits boost.
This would be quite
Starving
a souvenir
_
if it
drummer
weren't
just
fated for the
boosted Deus
fireplace.
Ex 2.
Pet Ralph. You stroke the top of Ralph's head. He looks up at you and smiles, so you'd like to pee. You scritch the top of Tina's head. She looks up at you and licks your hand. She likes you. She really likes you.
Jake, I don't think my family can ever
How are you,
repay
Drama?
you.
You already have.
How is that?
It's like we have a new member of the family.
Here.
Do you want to tell us what happened there now?
Jake.
Oops.
What?
It's a rule we have against prying.
These days it's typical to allow one's curiosity to get the better of one's manners.
New critical hits
I'm
boost.
sorry.
You
Thor
are
Obliterator just
naturally
boosted SR.
civilized. And
Returns.
it's not as if I don't want to talk about it, but this doesn't seem like the time or place.
Critical hits boost.
It's
Thor
exactly
Obliterator just
correct
boosted
place.
Banner Saga 1.
But you picked the time.
Where have you been since you and Ralph were separated?
I was very lucky. Malian was embarrassed about my voice. He dropped me off
New critical
upstate
hits
when he
boost.
decided he
Thor
couldn't face his
Obliterator
review
just
board
boosted
with me.
Wasteland.
I ended up moving in with a family on a farm in Ancramdale, and then I moved to New Jersey.
Thank you for the boost, Star. Everyone collects in sympathy.
Now, it wasn't bad at all. I have nothing to complain about.
How did you lose your accent?
The farm family had a couple of English sheepdogs.
Pylorzan has just cheered for 200 bits. That counter needs to move a bit.
Bye, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support.
Where are you going to go now?
Coney Island. Where else?
Coney
Yes,
Island.
Where are you going to go now?
Coney Island. Where else?
Yeah, Moo command is a randomizer.
Moo.
There are a lot of Diablo Moo sounds in there, but also Moos from other games, so you may get other ones as well. Do we have a dog woof? We have a turbo woof. We don't have a normal dog sound, actually. This is from Beneath a Steel Sky.
Jake, my man.
What do you think? How did Parabolas smell?
He didn't. There was no scent.
So, does this mean he wasn't here?
I've never met anyone who had no smell. I don't like it because it leads me to conclude that he is not what he appeared to be. That is to say, we were being deceived. Whether or not that deception was meant malevolently or merely as for convenience, I can't say.
Yeah, exactly, Pi.
But if it was the
We
latter,
don't have turbo squad.
it was incomplete.
Want to
Not
come with
that
me into the
much.
great outdoors and see what's happening?
A walk? A walk? Did you ask? Lead on, Tina. Do you mind?
Do you mind if I stay?
I would prefer it. I'll come back.
I know.
Okay, let's talk to everyone. Starting with Mike.
Jake, you gonna do the honors?
Mike, what's going on?
Offhand? I'd say I'm not sure about that guy, but as long as he's buying.
You will be banned?
And
No,
he's
of course
buying
not.
us around.
Jake, you gonna do the honors?
Mike,
Offhand?
and he's
How about it, waiter?
This isn't my table.
Come on, give me a shot of that. I'll drink to non-competitive sports if it'll make you happy. How about it?
What do you suppose this stuff is?
Maybe it's absinthe. I remember hearing that absinthe is
You
green.
promised photos
That's
of
distilled
the
from
souvenirs.
wormwood, right? Isn't that illegal here?
Yeah, feel free to share them whenever you want.
That's why I want to try it.
Exclamation mark.
What do your instincts tell you about Parabolas?
He is on the level.
How can you be so sure?
He looked unpracticed controlling our kind of body. If he was lying, I think he would have been shoving it in a dozen obvious ways.
Wow, excellent. I agree. I wish this whole universe thing could have waited until tomorrow night. I'm fried.
Think of this as what may be the last of the Almighty. Think of this.
You're just reeking of philosophy tonight.
Same to you, buddy.
I'm stepping out. You in with me? Or is going out for you, and you'd be more into staying in?
You mean am I up for what's going down?
No, I mean, can you get down with what's up?
I love this. Yes, I can get behind it. I love that exchange. That's very good. I mean, I always forget to talk to
Hey,
Fast
I'm
Eddie.
finding it hard to play with all this yammering.
Were you listening to any of Parabolus's little speech?
Yeah, the guy's got delusions of grandeur.
So you weren't buying into it?
Not for a moment. Come on, what are the chances?
If it were any place but here, I'd agree with you.
Yo,
You drinking?
until you're heaving.
You're having much too good a time here.
Yo,
You drinking?
No. That's not what I wanted
Yeah.
to choose.
Squish, whatever happens. Thanks for doing what you did.
me? What did I do?
You told us about the benefits
What
of
do
fresh
I
air.
do?
You are welcome anytime. I will see you here again soon. Definitely.
That's good. I hope so. You know, I think you're a very smart and courageous being, but more than that, you've got a very honest face.
They used to tell me I had a face only the mothership could love.
Jake,
What do you think is going on?
I think some people are not what they appear to be. I don't know who that was, but I'd say there's a better than average chance that he is not what he tried to appear to be. That said, I also think that if the creator of this universe were to wander into any bar on Earth, it would have to be Callahan's.
What about Casimir's?
Maybe, but at Casimir's, it's theme night.
Okay.
Plain model? Stealing the 3-star would be just plain wrong. Ba-dum-ts.
Is this real?
Who knows? Didn't a great man once say, life is but a dream?
If you ask me, I'd say we're all suffering from a mass hallucination.
That's the most plausible theory I've heard yet.
Thank you. Is this real?
Do we have any choice but to go along with it?
Do you see any harm?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Oh, well, I don't think you've ever done that before.
So do you have an answer?
I guess I don't see any harm, but I'd be on the lookout for an ulterior motive.
Yeah?
What do you think? Was he for real?
Don't you? He certainly seems to have taken a liking to you, Jake. He's been following you around for days. Or for 20 minutes, depending on how you look at it.
I feel like if I buy into what he's saying, that'll make it true for sure. And if I don't buy into it, maybe there's some hope that he's just blowing smoke.
I'm pretty sure he's not. Look at it this way. He might be some maniac who wants to poison us all. But if that's what he wants to do, why the elaborate story in the Vanishing Act, which I have to say was pretty impressive? I mean, why not just poison us?
And if I leave that bottle on the bar, I'm going to die a crazy old man because I never knew.
Provided Parabolus was lying and the world's not about to come to an end. Trust your instincts, Luke.
Who's Luke?
Did I say Luke? I meant Jake.
Right.
Yeah, Jake, I think I'm still here.
What did you think of Parabolus's speech?
I think he's either telling the truth or more likely he's insane. Either way, I think he's convinced he's telling the truth.
So you'd vote that demented?
Of course he meant it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, we can't talk to Mickey.
You rang?
What do you think? You think Parabolus is for real, or should we just walk away from this?
He's the real thing. Otherwise, he's either lying or hallucinating. And for some reason, I don't think he's doing either.
Where is the bottle? Oh, there it is, okay. Take the bottle. You lift the bottle from the bar. It's feather light, which makes it seem insubstantial. But weight aside, it feels like cool, thick glass. The contents slosh around in slow motion. Not quite lava lamp show, but definitely ocean in a bottle show. You first pour yourself a shot from the crystal bottle. Then you do the same for everyone else. The last drop out of the bottle fills the last crystal shot glass perfectly.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Shall we?
By all means.
As one, everybody downs their shot. The liquid goes down like a bullet and it hits your stomach so quickly and strongly that at first you think it's causing physical damage, but then the warmth begins to spread. No, this definitely isn't melon liqueur. It's shooting roots below your stomach and branches above. Tendrils of comfortably numbing warmth that envelop your entire body within 10 seconds. I like Mickey's technique. Noah is the first to fling his glass into the fireplace. Everyone else quickly follows suit. The entire bar, or maybe just your brain, takes a sudden violent lurch. In the same split second, a piercing bolt of bluish-white light fills the room, or maybe just your brain, and then evaporates like the light from a flashbulb. The atmosphere in the room turns heavy and oppressive, the feeling of an impending thunderstorm.
What the hell was that? Everybody all right?
We are moving very slightly. I can feel the bar rocking.
So, we all going?
Where?
Out. There, wherever we're supposed to go.
You believe that guy?
I do now.
I do too.
Me too. That was not a figment of his imagination.
And you really want to go out there?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I can't believe where I've been tonight. So what's one more hike, just because this one is as implausible as all the others put together?
I want you to know that I take that implausible crack personally.
So do I.
Me too.
Me too.
You all take crack personally?
Anyway, I figure I'm hot right now, so I think I'm going to walk out that door. Anyone who wants to come with me is welcome to join me.
I'll come. Why should you get all the glory?
I'll come. I could use a walk.
Mike, you're coming, right?
But Mike just grins at you and goes back to tending bar. Almost everyone seems in more of a party mood than ever.
If you want my situation.
Ralph yelps and Tina's eyes bug out. She asks what in the world that sound was, and you show her the whistle. She looks unhappy, but unwilling to say anything to you. Would you like it?
That's the whistle I gave Joe. He had it since we met years ago.
It was the thing to do.
Don't give it to me, Jake. I can't use it.
Joe takes the whistle and presses it into your hand.
Okay, thank you.
Can I give it back?
Oblivion
Where's
seems
Joe?
to be my destination. Tell me, mama, don't you wanna go? Well, the road is mighty
Oh, Joe is
long,
right here.
and I've only got this song.
It was a gift from Joe. Then again, he got it as a gift from Ralph, and he gave it to you. It's kind of like a Christmas fruit cake. We will just keep making the runs for decades.
I much prefer abroad.
Okay, we are going out.
Friendly one for me.
You open the door and step out into, well, you're not quite sure what or where you're stepping into. It's a familiar feeling. You and Josie are the first to walk out the door, and your rubbernecking prompts impatient catcalls from Noah, Piotr, and Alfie. Catcalls are against Ralph's solution. Awestruck, you wander out into an infinite landscape of living light that gives the aurora borealis Venice envy. Parabolus has cut some things just a little closely, forcing you to move single file along the fragment of parking lot that still clings to the bar. A few feet out, you turn to see Callahan's, set against the vast light show and flanked by a behemoth ruin.
Jesus, where are we?
If anybody wants to say, Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, I'll let them get away with it. This time only.
What is this miasma?
No, I don't think bronchial spasms alone could explain all this.
Hey! This is Eugene, not just yet, not just yet. In fact, this is the final mission or whatever, what you want to call them. But I'm going to take a short break. I think we can finish the game today. And when I come back in less than 5 minutes, we are going to continue this time of year. It depends on where you are looking from, right? So I shall be back in less than 5 minutes. I'm going to run some ads and play some clips for those of you who are subs. And when I'm back, we will continue. So stay tuned and thank you for your patience. Be right back. Yeah, they do, and they are amazing at grenade aiming. I don't think this is how this weapon is supposed to be used. But, you know.
What's there to say? If this whole Telos... Yeah, if we can integrate quite a few on top of that, the Senate's easy to negotiate
Atom, what are you doing?
They're liberal with the amounts of credits they throw
What's
around,
wrong?
even with the Republic being in the shape it's in.
Stop it.
And of course, new planets mean new
Atom.
Good, Jim.
What is wrong with you? Woman, child's man.
Don't hurt my family. Look, just take...
You ain't supposed to be here. I remember when a person didn't have to worry about thieves rummaging through their home.
Kick him. Okay, don't kick him that hard. Being a nerd in brother. Well, we won first try. We won. That's how you conduct an orchestra.
I have secured us a Monday stream of Barbie Horse Adventures.
No.
Riding camp. Everyone who wants
No
to
way.
see it, give me a good old YAI.
It's not going to happen, please. Choose another game. I'm not going to play Barbie Horse Adventures Riding Camp. Shoot whatever you want, you know. No, come on, I'm not going to play Barbie. Stop. Shut up. Shut up. Stop wagging. Okay? I'm not playing Barbie. Not happening. Not happening. Not happening, okay?
Oaks, 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 oaks.
New extra Monday stream request.
Come on,
at
what?
_Boga requested. You're gonna play it and you're gonna like it.
Are you serious? Am I seriously trying to min-max? Dude, I have played half of the game with less than 10 health, okay? I need some health to my name. No, wait!
Side for you. For you! For you!
Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for sticking around. I guess let's get some boosts done before actually starting. We do have a bunch.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened?
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Parrots. Warhammer, Vampire, and Witcher by Bogo. Another Witcher. Fallout 3. And Deus Ex 2 by Drummer. Returns. Banner Saga. Wasteland. By Thor. I think I missed a bunch of boosts in the middle. Pathfinder. And Lords of Zulma by Ash. So thank you for the boost, Ash, Thor, Drummer, Bogu. Did I add? No, I did add, right? I did add Parrots boosts. Parrots and Jettlers, Tazen, Emelandul. I did add those. Yeah, I did add all those. I think I took a boost break earlier, adding all of them. Alright. I will make sure that I have added all after the stream anyway. So, let's continue. So, the final place, very exciting. After 20 hours. Are we going to be able to finish this faster than the longest journey? I just started. Can't you automate boosts? I can. I can automate them, but it's not as fun. Massive flat top blocks of rock hand motionless in the utterly still air. So it took almost 23 hours to finish the longest journey. This game is cutting close. We'll see if I can finish it faster than the longest journey, or if longest journey is going to lose its title to Callahan's. Callahan's place has been uprooted from the Long Island and is floating outside the universe itself on a chunk of earth barely larger than the bar itself. How come this kind of thing never happens at Julian's? Oh, we have 6 people with us. Talk to. Hey Josie Pussycat. Piotr, let's talk. No old pal of mine. Hey Al, yeah you. Joe, come here. Ralph? You didn't expect this game to last? No. Not me either. No way. The other Legend Entertainment games are like 10 hours most.
Hey, Josie. Pussycat.
Right here.
See what happens? You have one little drink too many.
You knew you were going to take it. We all knew.
How so?
Look at what kind of night you had. You think it was just coincidence? This one night that we find out the end of the world is nigh, you get sent into space, the future, around the world. You'd have to be stoned not to realize that it's all been leading up to something.
Well, that ain't it, 'cause I ain't stoned, and I never saw it coming.
Well, maybe you were in the eye of it, you know?
Hey.
Right here.
So this is Oblivion.
It's a lot more colorful than I pictured it.
And for an infinite void, there really is an interesting mix of architectures.
Okay, let's
Let's talk.
Yeah, boss?
Don't suppose you'd care to scout on ahead?
I haven't flown in years, but for you, I'll try.
Piotr gives you his coat to hold and undergoes a startling transformation into a hairy little bat with great difficulty. Piotr begins to fly towards the top of the stairs. The small dark figure barely makes it 20 steps up, but it falters and sinks to the ground, whereupon it expands into the larger figure of a man. Hey, Catmas! No. We just had a very, very nice raid from Stealthy Golem. Piotr slowly walks back down the steps.
What happened?
It's something about the air. It's not quite right. It's thicker or heavier or something. I can't describe it, but it makes my arms tired.
I just flew in from another universe.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Either Parabolus is telling us the truth, or this is a very elaborate practical joke. The guys at Finnegan's pub in Deer Park are just capable of pulling off something like this.
Noah, old pal of mine?
Think it's gonna rain?
No, I think it's gonna remain partly polychromatic with brief periods of light iridescence. Tomorrow, widely scattered shimmering and mostly pulsating.
We've got one celebrity. Kinda looks like someone to me. I don't know the name, but does kind of remind me of someone, yeah.
Hey, Al. Yeah, you.
You know, I'm actually enjoying this.
I'm confused.
About what?
How could I have been to the future if we have no future?
That's something to be optimistic about, huh? Maybe that means we have to have a future.
Unless the future you're from is just one
of
an
you mean the
infinite
vampire
variety
guy?
Of futures, of
I thought
which
you
no
were talking
future is
about
also an infinite possibility.
No, I don't think so.
And upon what do you base that opinion?
I base it on the fact that I don't like it.
I'm going to show you who I thought you were talking
You
about.
don't seem like the type to come along, that's all.
I'd go crazy if I sat in the bar wondering what was going on. I may go crazy anyway.
I'm confused about what I was originally confused about. Never mind. Ever seen lighting effects like these before?
Not since I plowed into the Paleolithic at top speed, broke my collarbone and my Timex.
Just wanted to make sure you hadn't gone into shock.
No, I'm doing okay. A little jumpy, but okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I thought you were talking about this guy. Noah. Exclamation mark, comma? Question mark?
I remember being here once before, in the 60s.
I don't think you were here, really. Joe breaks out in a wide grin. He nods, he said affirmatively. Me too, but I remember it as being bigger.
Well, we were younger, so everything was bigger.
So in another 20 years or so, everything will start to get bigger again.
Now there's a pleasant thought. I remember... We're seeing it through the camera of our memories, and it always looks bigger on TV.
Maybe that's why people make porn films.
You're a take charge kind of guy. Want to take charge?
Why? You're doing great.
How do you figure that?
You're not dead yet. Well, we didn't really start, did we?
You didn't happen to bring any
We didn't move an
cool
inch
spy
yet.
stuff, did you?
Just this cool spy notebook and cool spy pencil.
And your super intelligent dog pal.
Yeah, but he's not very high-tech.
Never mind, I can see you're running dangerously low on paper.
Joe smiles grimly, but writes nothing.
Ralph?
Yes, Jag?
Pick up any interesting sense?
None at all. It's very disturbing. It's oppressive. It's as if I'm taking a shower with a raincoat on. Do you know the feeling?
Yeah, I'm afraid I do. Don't go off by yourself.
Don't worry. I don't like this place and I've got nowhere to go.
Why don't you go over in the corner there? I'm sure Parabolus will understand.
I would bite you for that. Except that you might bite back.
So obviously the 6 characters we have with us are the characters that we have had separately in the other missions. So we have all of them now. So can we give the chocolate bar to your companions? They are one single object. Which of your companions would you like to give this to? It's not one single object then. Or is it? It says which of your companions would you like to give this to, but there is no actual way to select them. Maybe you are paranoid, but you can't help but feel that your companions, Josie, Piotr, Noah, Alfie, Joe and Ralph, are thinking, he's gotten us this far, but what has he done for us lately? Police dog Rex? Yeah. Alright, I guess we are climbing the steps if we can count the steps. The sky is giving you a big enough headache as it is. Counting steps will only make things worse. Climb the steps. One by one, over the course of the next 15 minutes, your motley crew reaches the... Motley crew? I just read it motley crew because of the band. Your motley crew... How is it actually pronounced? Is it motley or actually motley as well? It's not motley, right? It's just a band. Your motley crew reaches the top of the steps. Josie gets there ahead of everyone and mocks the rest of you just slightly. Noah is the most affected by the climb and immediately sits on the top couple of steps. Christopher Walken. Ah, maybe. He sticks a cigarette in his mouth and lights it, all in one fluid, economical motion. All in one fluid, economical motion. His friend's concerned disapproval burns his back. Despite the vibrantly shifting sky, there is no wind to blow out his lighter, no discernible movement of air at all. The smoke Noah exhales hangs immediately in front of him, refusing to either drift or disperse. Suspended like fruit cocktails in jello, you can sense Noah's confusion better than you can sense your own. Ralph trots a short distance from the cloud and sits, panting, facing Callahan's. A tiny whine escapes from his throat. The deep disturbance he feels at the complete lack of any scent in the atmosphere is almost palpable. Maybe it's just the occasion mixed one with one? One by one? One on one? One on one? I don't know. You don't think the band's name is pronounced with actual umlauts? Yeah, probably not, but I always pronounce it like that. With your bottomless exhaustion, but you suddenly realize that you are sensing what everybody else is feeling, and that they are all discovering the same sensations within themselves. The rise and fall of everyone's breathing synchronizes. You form in your mind a comment about Siamese septuplets, but before you can voice it, everybody hears it coming. The sensation evaporates almost instantaneously, leaving behind an equilibrium you weren't even aware was lacking. Each of you absorbed a little of all the others' most acute emotions. Alfie's agitation, Ralph's olfactory unease, the Professor and Marianne, and your own weary excitement.
Well, Somebody just shoot us up with psychic Prozac?
That was the real stuff.
1-to-1, yes. Mass hypnosis?
Isn't that redundant?
It's this place.
Yeah, what about this place anyway?
You get to your feet and explore the ruin. Waking from one end to the other, you come across a single corridor leading away from the center point of the facade. Purely unopened door, unequivocally shut door, unconditionally closed door, entirely unopened door, more doors. Mordor! We are going towards Mordor, chat. Utterly closed door, perfectly shut door, absolutely unopened door, completely closed door. Knock on the purely unopened door. Not only is there no answer, but the door itself doesn't sound as if there is hollow space behind it. The knob has no give whatsoever, as if it's there only for show. It sounds like you are knocking on solid wood, not on a door. Nobody responds. The door won't open, and the knob won't turn. It won't even rattle. There is no answer and no reverberation. The knob refuses to budge. The door seems to be a solid part of the surrounding wall. The knob won't turn. You knock 3 times, but no one meets you in the hallway. The knob seems to be for decorative purposes only. Don't knock if you haven't tried it. Don't try it if you haven't knocked it. You knock, then pound on the door. You get no, then no answer. You might as well try to open one of the other doors that doesn't open because this door doesn't open. You knock on the door with mixed results. The knocking part goes fine. The follow-up is anticlimactic. The whole Nordop thing is a sham. The brass plaque on the door says toothpick. The brass plaque on the door reads thief. The single word 1 is inscribed on the plaque mounted on the door.
What kind of names are these?
I don't think they're names.
You're too tired to work anymore. Are you ready for the presentation? If those aren't names, what are they? Hanging on the door is a brass plaque that reads best. This door says. The plaque on the door reads airy. If these aren't names...
How does he expect us to find him?
We still haven't tried every door.
Yeah, but he could have said to his last door on the right or something.
He's gotten a lot of cheap thrills out of watching Jake jump through hoops tonight.
Yeah, get some
I
rest,
think he gets
Daisy.
off on it. He likes to see us rack our little brains for his entertainment pleasure.
The door on the door is mime.
There better not be a mime back there.
Brass plaque on the door says other.
Oh, I think it's a code.
Everyone turns to look at Al.
Well, it's what I'd do.
So, other mime airy says toothpick, thief, 1, best. Several more doors are half formed out of the shimmering mist, but there's nothing readable on them. The doors have no doorknobs. Indeed, there are the doors at all, but more the suggestions of doors. You try to knock, but your fist sinks into the misty mist and the dusky dusk. Best toothpick thief. Look at the hallway, and at the end of the hallway is a blank wall of fog. Roll back the carpet. The edges of the carpet are smoothly integrated into the floor itself. Search the carpet. You'll find no stray debris anywhere on the vast carpet. Rub the carpet. No static. Interesting atmosphere they have here. The thin carpeting with the repetitive pattern may not be much to look at, but it's absorbing 100% of the sound your feet make. You feel like you're walking on 6-inch thick, broad-heeled shag. So, we could maybe order these doors into some sort of a sentence, but what would we do? Do we knock on them in the correct order? This appears to be the hallway of an old office building, hundreds of feet long and with a very shaky grip on existence. As you walk down it, you can't help but feel a little bit like a prisoner walking the last mile. So, says airy mime other. Best 1, thief, toothpick.
Hey.
Right.
Do you have any idea how to get into these doors?
If I knew how, I'd do it, damn it.
Damn it. She'd do it, damn it.
Yeah.
You want to help us out here?
I am. Let me concentrate. Just keep trying, and when I get it, I'll let you know.
What do you think?
Either Parabolus is telling us the truth, or this is a very elaborate practical joke. The guys at Finnegan's pub in Deer Park are just capable of pulling off something like this.
Let's lock the other one first.
Noah, old pal of mine?
Jake, I gotta say, this is one of those days where everything I see, I say, now I've seen everything.
You have any idea how to open any of these doors?
Believe me, I'd tell you, just keep trying. I'm sure something will come to me, unless it doesn't.
No. Check out these walls, man.
I know. Talk about the halls of vapor action.
Yeah, maybe we're on mentholyptus. Hey, Al. Yeah, you.
You know, I'm actually...
Just one.
No, thank you.
You're very...
Oh, maybe I should have chosen I'm confused. That
Hey,
could...
Joe. See what house...
Look at you'd have. Well.
Hey,
you know,
I'm confused.
about what?
No.
About what?
How
No
could I...
door quest.
Unless...
No, I
just wanted to...
No, thank you.
You're very... Joe, come here. You hear anything behind these doors?
You and Joe do a circuit up and down the hallway, Joe's expression growing first perplexed, then resigned. Finally he stops and scribbles. They all sound dead. Doesn't sound like there are rooms on the other side. Sounds like there isn't another side.
No. Ralph?
Yes, Jack?
Can you smell Parabolus behind any of these doors?
Parabolus says no
Jake,
smell.
I can't smell anything. If it were not for the fact that we are apparently breathing, I'd say we were in a vacuum. The sound is also not right. It does not carry the way it ought to. This simulation of our atmosphere and our reality is slipshod. I'm finding it acutely uncomfortable.
Don't...
Why did I would buy...
Okay. Toothpick door. Can we use items? Chocolates. Whistle. Use the license? No. So knock. Okay, now we don't get those.
I'm not getting it.
Yes, you're not.
You're welcome
Okay,
to
we need to
help.
knock on
I've
them in a
already got
specific
it.
order.
Al gave it to me.
No.
It's all in the names.
Is it alphabetical?
Nope.
Does it have something to do with turning the names into numbers?
Nope.
Toothpick thief won bests. So let's try. 1. From all around you, you heard the Samoyed way say. That's a good start. So Mime says... Four, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It has to do with the sounds of the names.
Ah! Mime. Wait. Mime, like 9? Maybe? Sounds of the names? Toothpick. Thief. Like 3? 1. So 1. 1 is 1. What could 2 be? Toothpick. Thief. Bests. Other. No, I don't get it. So mime is a good way to start. From all around you, you hear disappointed voice say, that's a good start. So mime 9. So we start from 9, go down. Other 8. Airy. Let's try if we can get the second correct. You knock on the door.
Okay, Pyotr. Cough it up.
I'll give you another hint.
Oh, God.
Let's say you had no idea which door in the world to pick. How might you go about picking it?
Spin the bottle.
I suppose.
Flip a coin.
Maybe.
Eeny, meeny.
Yes.
Eeny meeny mime. Toothpick. What? How is that a clue? So mime. Eeny meeny miny moe, catch a tiger by the toe. If it speaks, let it go. Eeny meeny miny moe, catch a tiger by the toe. If it speaks, let it go. We are here. I don't even know how to count them. I don't think that's it. Like, we don't know where to start. It cannot be the solution. There has to be something else. I'm just trying to get a second reaction from something. Like, we know that mime is a good start. Can we open them? No.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Mime other says toothpick, thieve, airy, best one.
Toothpick?
Not my fault.
My mother says... My mother says... What was the rest? I should have taken a screenshot. Okay, so... He gave the answer. I couldn't solve it. He gave the answer. But I couldn't catch all of the answer. So... My mother says... The very tooth? No. Best cherry. My mother says toothpick thief, airy best one. Welcome, Shy. Welcome. Shy rail? Shield rail? My mother says to pick the waste. What? My mother says to tooth pick thief. Toothpick. How does it? My mother says to pick the very best one. My mother says to pick the very best one. But you reduce toothpick so much. You reduce it so much, don't you? My mother says to pick the very best one. What is the best one then? Best one is the best? Is it the best? Well, okay. My mother says to pick the very best one. Okay. Yeah, this puzzle completely eluded me. Makes sense though. You knock on the open door.
Come on in. Very good, come in.
Nice office.
That's exactly correct. I mean, it's my first attempt at a nice office.
Do you mind if I ask what I might expect to pay if I wanted to rent, say, a small office in the area?
No, this is just something I threw together because I hoped you were coming. A semi-illusionary interface between my world and the one you exist in.
It's a little hazy.
Well, I'm a little hazy. I didn't remember all the details. I didn't spend much time on your little ball there. But should be a safe environment for you. I checked for holes in the floor, and I made sure not to have any, what is it you people worry about, tropical oils in the atmosphere?
That's very close. Thank you for trying.
I trust your trip went smoothly. The anesthetic. Good stuff, eh?
The bottle.
Yes, my private label. Well, the board is meeting, so now that you're here, I have a few more notes to go over, and we can go in.
Go in where? You're going to tell us where we are?
Right. You're outside of your universe. That's it in the display case over there, top left. And you're coming with me to convince the board not to cut your funding. Your universe, like my other universes over there, and like the ones we all create here, are funded by the Cosmic Endowment. Now, the endowment's being cut, and we're, having to tighten the old belt on things like matter and energy. Actually, the matter doesn't matter. It's the energy that's really the matter. So they'll just pull out the plug and your stars will go out.
We'll freeze to death.
Could be. See, about the time they cut off the power, they usually cut the time, too. So you won't have a chance to freeze to death. You'll just stop. And they'll recycle the matter later on for lawn furniture, probably. Big lawn furniture.
Okay. Ticker tape. You had time to read the symbols on the ticker, but since you don't know what any of the abbreviations stand for, you are plumb out of luck. You open the briefcase and begin to look inside of it. Parabolus gives you a look. He's really not used to having a face. The look comes out a little cockeyed, like a very surprised rabbit. You correctly anticipate that Parabolus was attempting and failing miserably to give you a look of displeasure or disappointment. Rather than incur his wrath, you stop pawing through his briefcase and replace it on the floor.
Thank you. That was the response I was hoping for. Was that a withering look? Suave and coolly condescending?
That's exactly correct.
Perfect.
Tinker tape machine.
What's the antique stock ticker for?
Well, what we do here is just a little complicated for your little minds to wrap around. But I think it's closest to what you think of as the stock market. We buy and sell all the countless aspects of existence, invest them in various universes, and attempt to cultivate new aspects and new connections. The trouble is, we haven't found anything exciting for eons. No matter how we combine these aspects and cross-pollinate, the same basic themes emerge to some degree on every plane of existence. No mutant concepts, so to speak. And thus, till I found you, that is.
Parabolus has pages of printouts in front of him, but every time you try to look at them, he hides them with his arm.
Just give me a few more minutes.
You go to turn on the lamp, but you can find no switch.
I don't see the lamp switch.
It doesn't switch. It stays a lamp.
How do you turn the light on?
The light?
Never mind.
In a Pokemon song, okay.
Careful,
Use the
please
computer.
don't. That's my stock software.
It looks like... What does it look like? Sim something, like Sim Earth, or something like that. Computer game box. You walk around the desk and pick up the box. It looks like a game called Sim Universe. It's Sim Universe. It's not Sim Earth, it's Sim Universe. Inside the box, you find a thick troubleshooting manual, a list of other products from the same company, and a warranty card that hasn't been filled out. Don't you make the same mistake. Fill out and send in your Callahan's Crosstime Saloon warranty card now. It's the only way we can flood your mailbox with our unique brand of classy stuff. Simsalabim. Even if you were to take the chance of making an enemy out of Parabolus by stealing things off his desk, the box doesn't contain the diskettes. Okay, let's look at this.
You know what this looks like?
To me, it's something quite beautiful that you couldn't comprehend. To you, unless I've missed my guess, this is a piece of what you call fine art.
This is not fine art. This is an advertisement for Stetson cologne.
Oh dear. I was thinking the advertisement was the girl with the nice smile. Toothpaste.
Mona Lisa brand from Da Vinci.
Right.
No.
You're a little mixed up.
I'm sorry. I'll change them.
It's not necessary.
The Stetson ads aren't that bad. It's an interesting choice.
Herbolus has artistically provided the Stetson advertisement in reverse. Okay, let's look at these orbs.
Is this the one you said was our universe?
That's it exactly. I call it Raymond. Look at the craftsmanship in that universe. You know what? It's still expanding. I hold the unofficial record for keeping my universes expanding the longest. And I fixed it so that you can tell how old it is by counting the pulsars and multiplying by 47.
Ah, of course. Why didn't we figure that out? The red universe has a small masking tape that reads rusty.
What's causing the color of this universe?
Lots of red giants?
Supernovas?
Is it hell?
Grenadine.
Is this another universe?
Yes. This is Lynn. Lynn was my first universe, so it's also sort of a good luck charm for...
So that makes it your quasi-mojo.
I had a little hunch back at the bar you'd say that.
Wow.
Is this universe contracting?
Snuffy. Yup.
Oh. Why?
Maybe you just got out of the shower.
Please don't touch the... Please don't touch the universes. There are a lot of wires running in back of there.
I don't recognize this kind of tree.
That's a dwarf orange, I think.
Stellar hypothesis.
You mean I'm right?
No. I mean, that's not really a tree. It's a stellar hypothesis. It hasn't been getting much bigger, I'm afraid. I just don't think about it enough.
Stellar hypothesis.
How old is this bonsai tree?
I'm sorry, that question really doesn't make any sense. I don't know how you say this. Objects not drawn to scale? Actual appearance may vary? Simulated picture? Serving suggestion.
I get it, so there's no bonsai tree here.
Right. But there is a living spirit in my realm that corresponds to that bonsai. Just as there is a means of information manipulation in my reality that corresponds to that computer, and an area that exists purely to stimulate thought that corresponds to those paintings. Do you see?
So nothing here is real, but everything here is symbolic.
That's exactly correct. It obviously works wonderfully for dealing with beings on your plane of reality, which I don't think we've ever done before.
He's pretty damn condescending.
Yes, that's exactly correct. I am damned condescending. Thank you.
Oh, we cannot turn around. This is the only scene. We can go back out, possibly. Parabolus stands, gathers his papers, and puts them in his briefcase.
Okay. Dog and pony show time. Let's go.
The litigants for our next case are now on their way into the courtroom. We'll be back for the case of Stop
I should have
the World.
saved.
I want it turned off after these messages.
What the hell was that?
I just wanted to make you feel more at home. Isn't this how your legal system works?
No.
Parabolus, you brought refreshments. We can always count on you.
Exhibits your authority.
Is he talking about us?
Oh, I hope not.
I don't think so. Seems like a long way to go to send out for snacks.
Listen to them.
Objection.
They're like little savory puffs of organic matter with rudimentary philosophical underpinnings.
You've really outdone yourself this time, Parabolus, and I thought those little things with the cool whip around the sides and the uranium in the middle were great. What were those called?
Mushrooms in a cloud?
Objection.
All right.
What is that
right,
objection
let's get
to?
on with it. Snacks later.
Thank you.
Parabolus, Gingrinich was just giving us a look at Lynn, Raymond, Rusty, and Snuffy. Are you through with your presentation, Gingrinich?
Almost. I want to go on record that I am personally horrified by the prospect of shutting down the Universe Generation Project. I don't need to tell you how important it is and blah, blah, blah.
Objection.
I'll sustain that. Gingrinich, can you be more specific?
Well, my love of evolving universes is well known. The element of chaos we create out of the simple percolation of matter and energy has challenged the way we look at our omniety. But what has come out of the universes since then? A few aesthetically pleasing molecules, some very amusing theological constructs.
Cool Whip.
But these are divertissement and folderol. Certainly not a proper expenditure of this administration's continuitesimal empiricism. So while I believe the universes have served their purpose admirably, even I must regretfully conclude that there's simply no justification for maintaining them further. Besides, I need Parabolas for other projects right now, to help take up the slack for the cuts we've made in the ephemerally cosmic insurance corporation.
Advertisements and folderol? Is he actually talking like this?
He's not saying those words. He's not actually saying anything. But the way you're hearing it is the essence of what he's expressing.
Thank you, Gingrich. And now let's meet our other litigant. He's a lifelong immortal. He enjoys the outdoors, and his
It's more like
hobbies are
Mushroom,
gourmet
I would
cooking
say.
and creating the universe. Let's give a warm galactic overlord welcome to Parabolas.
Thank you, Your Authority. I'll attempt to make
I
this as
did.
brief as possible. The charge has been leveled
If I
against
understand you
continuation
correctly.
of the Universe Generation Project on the grounds that it no longer produces viable conceptual material. These entities are with me to help me prove otherwise. They are from Raymond, one of my more ambitious universes. This race interacts in ways which I believe are unique. For one thing, they have a concept called friendship, a rarefied condition in which two entities not only communicate, but receive a special enjoyment from the mere act of communication. They also share a trust that permits them to touch each other spiritually without hurting them.
That's on
Most of the
Mystics
time.
channel, not here.
Interesting. Is there any example or tangible manifestation of this bond we might see?
Another 68? Ralph.
Ralph, what do you think Parabolas wants me to do?
I think it's pretty clear that he wants something that symbolizes friendship.
But what?
I don't know.
But aren't you man's best friend? Blow the whistle. Chocolate bar to Noah. Chocolate bar to Josie. Chocolate bar to Piotr. Chocolate bar to Parabolas. Chocolate bar to board member 1. Talk to
Joe, do you have anything you would consider a symbol of friendship?
Joe thinks about it for a moment and then his expression brightens. He points to your pockets. Oh, am I supposed to show the photo? The board looks over the old photo. He doesn't seem to have the appropriate significance. Friendship. Whistle?
What is this?
A silent whistle. Ralph comes when I call. But I used it. Okay, I had to show it to the board, I suppose.
So the whistle impels this creature to join the other?
No, I don't answer it because I have to, or because I'm required to, but simply because I like to.
And this is in no way unique. Certain entities, even in our realm, enjoy the presence of certain
brutality.
Other entities.
Friendship may be a worthwhile concept, but hardly unique.
As I indicated, Your Authority.
Have they any other properties you would consider of infinitely redeeming value?
Most definitely. Is it not unique to find a race of creatures that work cooperatively in the spirit of altruism? That would risk their existence to save another race, even one with whom they cannot communicate or befriend, but simply because they feel their world is richer for the presence of this other race?
That's intriguing.
Have you brought any physical manifestations of this trait?
Of course, chocolate.
What is this?
An example, Your Authority. This was created by these two entities out of the spore of a third entity, with whom they can neither communicate nor befriend.
I had no
but for
idea
whom they risked their
why
lives to prevent its extinction.
it was working.
Objection.
Because I had completely
On what
forgotten the
grounds?
first story.
What you hold in your hand gives sensory pleasure to these creatures at the expense of the creature they saved, thus rendering their act selfish, not altruistic. In fact, altruistic acts give these creatures spiritual pleasure. It feels good for them to commit what they laughingly refer to as altruistic acts. Therefore, the acts are hardly altruistic.
Always.
Often enough.
Mother Teresa, the shameless hedonist.
I'm afraid, Parabolus, that Gingrich's point is well taken. Have you any more evidence of worthwhile singularities that might be grounds for maintaining the universe?
If it please the board, Parabolus is grasping at straws.
I have to agree.
One more item, Your Authority, and I believe I can satisfy your requirements.
Speak.
This race laughs.
Which is?
They go to great lengths, sometimes disgusting lengths, to invoke in each other a spontaneous, involuntary explosion of positively charged energy. They use it for everything. To heal, to calm, to amuse, to define, to form and reinforce
What an interesting way to look at
spiritual
this all.
bonds, to deflect pain.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, this
course you
part of the
don't.
game, it's really
If
interesting.
you understood
Yeah.
it, it wouldn't be necessary to preserve it and study it. And they're the only race in all the universes that generate it.
Gingranit jots something on his notepad, tears off the note, and hands it to his assistant. The board members chat among themselves for a minute before continuing.
We are intrigued by this
You gotta go.
concept.
All right, Bogu. Thanks
For
for
the
being
current
here.
time,
Have a good
Gingrich,
rest of your
we'd
day.
like for you and Parabolus to maintain the universe generation project until we've had a chance to study it. Agreed?
Point of order.
Yes?
It has come to my attention that this concept, which we have identified as humor, is not unique to Parabolus's universe. In one of the smaller universes under my charge, there is a race called the Flutwig, who use this laughter for the same purposes.
There must be some mistake.
Since the Flutwig universe is much smaller and more economical, I contend that Parabolus's Raymond universe be terminated. Should the board wish to study humor in the future, the Flutwig will be available at a greatly reduced cost.
But I was positive.
Board confers again for a few moments. At one point, one of them closes their eyes and appears to go into a trance. When he awakens, they talk again briefly.
I was positive you were the only race that laughed.
Only one I know of.
It is true. The Flutwig are holders of humor. Gingrich's suggestion is a wise one. The Raymond universe is hereby closed, and we will hand down decisions on Parabolus's other universes shortly.
Objection.
This meeting is adjourned.
Parabolus, his jaw set, vanishes instantly. Gingranit smiles and vanishes as well, his aide going with him. You and your entourage begin to file out the boardroom when you are greeted with a familiar
The
voice.
defendants are on their way out now. Mr. Stonebender, let me ask you something. How did you feel about the judge's decision to bring your world to an end?
Don't ask such stupid questions.
Doc looks at you in utter horror. His lower lip begins to tremble as if he is about to cry, but instead he evaporates before your eyes. Parabolus was furious, wasn't he?
Yes, and I don't think he's used to feeling that way.
When you emerge from the mist, you find yourself standing back in the hallway. Parabolus' door is open.
Where's Parabolus?
Excellent question.
And I don't like what I see in that shelf.
Oh no! You try to pick up the universe, but it's attached to the base with several patch cords.
Noah, you want to try your hand at this?
Jake, I don't know the ramifications. I'd say leave it alone. Maybe it can be fired up again someday, right where it was when we last saw it. One big Quintus interruptus. It's possible that if I fiddle with it, we'll lose even that chance.
I'll open the briefcase.
I'm going to open his briefcase.
Why not? He's stranded us here. We have to do something.
You open the briefcase. Inside you find a computer printout, reams and reams worth, all with Raymond's name at the top alongside the names of about another dozen universes, including Parabolus's on Lynn, Rusty and Snuffy. List of assets and percentages goes on and on. You hand out the printouts to everyone, begins to scour them looking for something, anything out of the ordinary. Recalling Gingrich's words in the hearing, you look up the Flutwig. You also look up humor and see how much of it the Flutwig have.
They don't have any. Zero humor.
Does anyone?
They were
No,
lying.
Just us. We had 100% of the shares, and it's marked no sell.
So, Gingrich was lying. We have a quality none of the other universes has. Perhaps we should take this into the board and show them.
Maybe he didn't have to lie. Maybe his flunky went out during the trial and engaged in a little skullduggery.
He would have needed to log on as Parabolus and change the no cell to a cell.
And then log on as Gingranich and put in a buy.
You replace the briefcase.
Welcome to Sim Universe. Please speak your password to enter.
Gentling.
Invalid password. Terminating Sim Universe session.
What's the pass? Search the computer. Inside the box, you find the thick troubleshooting manual, a list of other products from the same company, and a warranty card. Desk. Search the desk. Hoping that Parabolus left you some clue as to where he went or what to do, you rifle through the desk's drawers. You find nothing but a couple of half-realized rubber bands, some spearmint gum wadded up inside the theoretical construct, a copy of Cosmopolitan with a quiz Parabolus has taken entitled "How Happy Are You Really Keeping Your Universe?" and a nice pair of sunglasses.
Great. Now sunglasses.
Maybe you should take them.
Nah, I won't need them.
You attempt to read, okay. Picker tape. Side table, search. You walk up to the end table and open the drawer. There is half a book in it, which when you pick it up and thumb through it, obviously, lower half of a Gideon Bible.
Look at this.
I don't friggin' believe it.
Half a Bible?
Ooh, ish. Keep it away. It burns. It burns.
Pyotr, you all right?
The Gideons just piss me off, that's all.
And the drawer itself is only half a drawer. It coalesces into this intensely hued mist.
Jake, you're such a poet. Don't you realize you've just come up with a perfectly good title for a love song?
Huh?
Intensely you had missed me.
Mommy, make him stop.
However, have a good TV watching session with the wife.
Welcome
I'll see you
to
next
Sim
time.
Universe.
Let's try these, all of
Invalid
these.
password.
I don't think it's any of these, but
Invalid.
I'll just try them.
Welcome to
Mount.
Invalid.
Invalid command.
Welcome.
Duplicity.
Invalid.
There must be something we're not getting.
You mean other than the passwords?
I think Ingrid there's something in the courtroom. Oh, did we miss something there? You approach Gingrich's desk and stand in front of the notepad. While the board member's attention is on muttering complaints about how hard it is to find a bargain on quantum state motor oil, you swipe the notepad. I didn't even realize we could come back here. This is Gingrich's notepad with part of the uppermost sheet torn off. It's easy. You'd have to rub the pencil against the notepad just like you've seen in the moving picture shows. Slowly words appear on the notepad, the letters emerging as white on a field of charcoal gray. It says, Humans Raymond, Sal 1 share humor, buy for Flatwig account in QD 31416, Perab Glinda, me, shots. How do I get out of here? Oh.
Welcome to Sim Universe.
You can hang around for another hour. Alright,
to
that's
enter.
nice. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Glinda.
Greetings, Parabolus. How may I be of assistance?
Hello. What are my options?
You may conduct a new transaction, review prior transactions, perform a user maintenance function, or log off.
What are user maintenance functions?
Current user maintenance functions are check memory usage, check fragmentation, user help, or change password.
I'd like to review
prior transactions.
Parabolus, you have had 0 buys and 1 sell since your last statement.
And what was that sell transaction?
Parabolus, you sold 1 share of humor from Universe Raymond.
That's odd. Why would Parabolus purposefully sell a share of humor when he knew it was an aspect we had an exclusive on? Didn't he want us to have a unique aspect?
Gingranich must have done it. Or rather his assistant, when he left during the meeting.
Bad commander file name, illegal function call, general protection fault, Restarting. Greetings, Parabolus. How may I be of assistance?
We need to reverse the transaction.
I'd like to conduct a new transaction.
Very well, Parabolus. Will this be a buy or a sell?
Buy.
Buy.
And for which universe will this purchase be?
Flatwick.
What other choices?
Parabolus, your universes are Raymond, Lynn, Rusty, and Snuffy. For which universe will this purchase be?
I'm buying for Raymond.
I'll buy something for Raymond.
Very good, Parabolus. For what aspect would you like to purchase shares?
Humor.
Humor.
Processing request. Please hold. I'm sorry, Parabolus. All shares of humor not already belonging to the race human in Universe Raymond are owned by the species Flutwig in Universe QD31416.
Whose universe is QD31416?
Universe QD31416 is owned by Gingernich. Would you like to make another purchase at this
We
time?
need to log in as
Parabolus?
Gingernich.
Very well, Parabolus.
How do we log in as...
Make mine a user maintenance function, please.
Certainly, Parabolus. Would you like a memory usage report, a fragmentation report, user help, or password change?
User help.
Thank you. SimUniverse is a quasi-existent interface whereby aspects may be bought or sold for any given universe or minimally sentient species within that universe. There is a finite quantity of each aspect unless and until the aspect becomes self-generating.
So, for instance, shared joy is joy increased.
Processing. Correctamundo. All selections are made
Correctamundo.
via voice command once the proper password is entered. For further instruction, please consult the documentation or contact your system administrator. Is there anything else I can do for you, Parabolus?
Give me a memory usage report.
The system is working at 70% of its capacity.
And its capacity is...
System capacity is infinite.
So what's 70% of infinity?
Bad command or file name. Error 11. The system has become, is, or will be unstable. Flushing memory. Greetings, Parabolus.
Okay.
Make
certain
fragmentation, please.
Thank you. Fragmentation is currently at -5%.
Which means...
If the system becomes 5% more fragmented, it will be fully defragmented.
How can that be?
I'm sorry, all questions must be submitted in the form of a command.
How can that be?
Please consult page X-2Y plus N for fragmentation help. Is there anything else
This
I can
computer
do
is
for you,
amazing.
Parabolus?
I love SimUniverse.
Make my...
No, let's not change the password.
I think I'll log off.
Thank you for using SimUniverse.
I need to log in as the other guy. How do I do that? Can I use this computer? Shot.
Greetings, Gingernich.
Oh, okay.
How may I be of
didn't need to
assistance?
use a
hello.
username.
What are my options?
You may conduct a new transaction.
What are you...
Current user may...
I'd like to conduct a new transaction.
It is Macarena,
well.
right? Yeah,
Will
it
this be a
sounds a lot
buy
like
or a sell?
Macarena.
Sell.
And for what universe will this cell be?
The one with the Flutwig.
Very good, Gingernich. Which aspect of universe QD31416 would you like to sell?
Humor. Sell. Sell.
Processing request. Please hold. There is currently one share of aspect humor available for sale from the race Flutwig in universe QD31416. Would you like to sell one share of humor?
Yes.
Excellent. One moment, please. Thank you, Gingernich. Your sale is complete. Is there anything else I can do for you, Gingernich?
I'll log...
Thank you.
Log off. We sold it. Now we have to buy it.
Welcome. Greetings.
I'd like...
Very...
Buy.
And for which...
I'll buy...
Very good, Parabolus.
Let's try...
Processing request. There is currently one share of aspect humor available for purchase from the race Flutwig in universe QD31416. Would you like to purchase one share of humor?
Yes, please.
Excellent. One moment, please. Thank you, Parabolus. Your purchase is now complete. Shall I assign this aspect to a particular race?
Definitely. Please assign this aspect to the human race.
Processing. Attributed. Would you like to make another purchase at this time, Parabolus?
Forget.
Very well.
I think I'll...
Thank you.
So we bought humor back. The board member serenely turns to face you.
What if I told you I think Gingranich may have cheated?
We have no cheating here.
But we have evidence.
No, you misunderstand. The concept does not exist. One does what one does. We have not established an objective standard.
Where can I find Gingranich?
He's gone to accounts conceivable.
When's he coming back?
The board member's eyes roll back for a moment, then roll forward
There is
again.
a line. It will be several millennia.
If it's subjective, is it actually standard? I guess it could be.
Do you know where Parabolis is?
If you never change. Which is probably impossible for a human being. The board member turns his head slightly and his eyelids flutter. A moment later, he faces you.
No, isn't that odd? He's not in any of his usual places.
Did you send him somewhere?
Good gracious, no. Why would we?
Maybe you cut his power, too. You know, when you turned off our universe, you killed billions of creatures just like ourselves.
Yes, just as you do, no doubt. You have insecticides, herbicides, antiseptics. You burn anthills. You disinfect and shampoo. Well, some of you do.
We're not wiping out intelligent life.
You have no concept of existence on that plane. You have no idea whether those creatures feel pain or have souls. It benefits you to kill, and you are able to justify it in many ways, as do we. All must make choices that may seem arbitrary to others.
I can't argue with him. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I don't think you could get anywhere anyway.
Okay. Did I choose
Do you
this?
know where...
The board member turns his head slightly and his eyelids flutter. A moment later, he faces you
No,
again.
isn't that odd? He's not in any of his usual places.
Did you send him somewhere?
Good gracious, no. Why would we?
Maybe you cut his power, too. You know, when you turned off our universe, you killed billions of creatures just like ourselves.
Yes, just as you do, no doubt.
Wait, I chose this, okay. I
Is there
didn't
any
choose
sort of
this.
appeal process?
Our minds are open. Should the situation change, we will be happy to reassess our decision.
But what's happened to our world in the meantime?
Oh, yes, your universe. I'm afraid it's closed down.
Can we get back to it?
No, it's closed. There's no energy now.
Permanently?
That word is meaningless.
Check now. Check on the Flutwig. See who's laughing now.
Board member's eyes flutter shut for several seconds. When he opens them, he
There has
frowns.
been a great deal of trading recently between the Flutwig and the humans, but currently both still hold humor.
Wait, what? Gingrich must still be using Parabolis' password. Oh, of course, we have to do something or this should continue forever. Of course, I didn't change the password. Silly of me.
Welcome. Greetings.
I'd
Very. And for what?
the one.
Very. Process. There is currently. Would you like?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Is there any?
I'll log.
Thank you. Welcome. Greetings.
I'd
Very.
buy.
And for what?
I'll buy.
Very.
Let's
Process. There is current. Would you like to?
yes, please.
Excellent. Thank. Shall I ask?
Definitely.
Process. Attribute. Would you? Very well.
Make
Certain.
I think I
Please speak your new password.
chocolate.
Please speak your new password again to verify.
Chocolate.
New password confirmed. Is there anything else I can do for you, Parabolis?
Okay. Let's make
I'd like-
sure.
Very.
Buy.
And
I'll humor.
processing. I'm sorry, Parabolis. All shares of humor are currently owned by species human in Universe Raymond. What else?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. We changed the password.
Check.
One moment. Where's Parabolus? I don't know.
Gingranich.
Your authority. What's this about?
The tremendous act of generosity on your part, of course.
What act of generosity?
You have made Parabolus's universe, Raymond, the sole proprietor of humor.
When did I do that?
You had to know we would reinstate funding.
How many of
I
are
did
you
no such thing.
are
You
dancing
must
the
have made a
Macarena
mistake.
dance right now? Here's a brief pause.
Ditto. Don't say ditto. I hate that word.
No, wait. Wait just a minute. Get me a laptop.
I'm sorry, that's not available.
Budget cuts.
Haven't you heard?
Turn Raymond back on.
Done.
Damage report?
Well, all matter should have lost about a third of its density by now, but everything it's measured by will also have lost a third of its density, so they'll never know the difference.
But that's ridiculous. I used
You did. What?
Used Parabolus's password.
Is this true?
I'll take care of him.
What a shame.
Maybe some time spent in Parabolus's universe would be good for Gingranich.
Change his perspective.
Give him a sense of humor.
I hear they
Those
have
are the exact
humility there
words.
too. Ooh, humility.
You kidding? We got humility up the wazoo.
Wow.
They're
Very,
still here.
I'm sorry.
humble.
Would you like to go home now?
Yes.
Hey, I think we may have finished the game, chat. I think this might be it. I think so. I'm not sure, but I think we have. It really is beefy. It really is. It was crazy.
We suddenly found ourselves back in the bar, and as we blew through the universe, everyone crowded around the windows and tried to get a good view of the trip home. And we were glad to see that all the lights were back on and that home was just as we'd left it. Noah, Josie, Piotr, Ralph, Joe, Alfie, and I told the others about Raymond and Gingranich and Parabolus's little computer game. We didn't know what became of Parabolus. Some were understandably thinking we were pulling their legs. Some thought we were heroes, and some naturally made light of the situation.
Whoa, so the world ended for a while except in his bar. Does that mean we have to reset the clocks here or at home?
Here, have you been through this before?
Wait, the
I was
matter
pondering
didn't
that very same question while
diminish
we were
by
waiting for you to get
1/3
back
in the
from
bar,
wherever it was
right?
you went.
Well, I'm not so pleased with the way
So
everything
the drinks
turned
in
out.
this bar
Don't look at
will
me
make
like that.
everyone
Those of us
else
here would have been the last people
outside
on
of
Earth.
this bar currently
And provided they'd resettled us
drunk
in
so
another
much more
universe,
easily.
we would have been the forebearers of the next human civilization. I can't think of a
Which
bunch
means
more
their
qualified.
sales will drop.
Besides, I would have been the mother of all humanity.
They
Cool
might have to
job
close
title,
down.
you know. Would have made me a divine being.
You're good, but you're not divine.
God, is she always this power-hungry?
Oh yes, Athena liked this once before.
Well, you better count me out of this. I lost Minerva.
Juno, I figured you'd say that. Go on, Scram, you left Demeter running.
Oh, I can see one of those going over your head, but it's Artemis too.
Don't be surprised. I knew I'd hear a series of puns if I acted like a little prima donna.
I'd like to exercise the
Oh,
option.
Parabolus is here.
You've got the floor.
I'd like to beg my friend's forgiveness for not being there when I should have.
Oh, we are friends
I
now.
was so angry, and that was such a strange sensation. These bodies lead one to strange behavior. There's a constant surfeit of corporeal and spiritual noise.
That's exactly
Patrick
correct.
Rothfuss?
How
No,
do
I
you
don't think
creatures
so.
stay sane?
Maybe it's in the equation.
Right. I don't think there's a need for absolution here. Hate to say it, and I know you're a supreme being of some sort, but as far as being human goes, you were born yesterday.
Slightly reminiscent now
And for
that
a
you
human, I'm led to
mention
believe you did your best to do the right thing.
I just hope it's a long time before we come up for another budget review.
Not to worry. You've got some friends in high places. To new friends.
Hey! Bada 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 bum bum bum. Hey, it's over! We finished it finally. Wow. 21 hours and 30 minutes. It's not quite the longest journey level. It wasn't the longest journey level, which was 23 hours. But it was really on the long side. Thank you. Tell him his new password. He'll figure it out. He's pretty smart. Didn't even get to interact with the ghost? No, sadly. Wow, this game was tough. It was really tough. A lot of the puzzles, they were difficult to find with how crowded all of the screens were. There were hundreds of hotspots in every area. You know, just doing the puzzles, I bet the game would take like a very short time. But we have been looking at every hotspot with all the verbs, and that is what takes the time, right? The 22 hours. But also, some of the puzzles were obscure, for me at least. But yeah, I had a great time. Great game. Puzzling the short time. It really was interesting. I wouldn't say it's very unique. Like, you can see a lot of the approaches taken in this game in another Legend Entertainment game, which is Companions of Zant. In some ways, they are similar. You know, with the puns and some of the puzzle design, but it was a fantasy environment. The unique part, I think, is the environment, the bar environment, and all the different races and stuff. And also, maybe it was also unique in the way that there were quests that you took at the bar and went, completed, came back, in no particular order. That was also an interesting approach. Yeah, really good game, good story, good writing. Discordia. It was good fun.
Halfway out of Levittown, we got our second win. And that dog so down and out, it'd make you laugh. So I had another mug.
Peter's door, not Peter.
Had another pitcher and a half. We got to Suffolk County, we was going into overdrive. The word had spread.
GG.
Begun to form. Drank our way from Jericho along 110 to the Merrick Road, just a boozing and a singing up a storm. I lost my buddy and the cab driver in the Hamptons somewhere. We was all drunker than it's possible to be. There finally come a time I didn't have another dime. I sat on Montauk Point and wept into
Which story did you enjoy the most? If you have seen all the 6 stories. I think I enjoyed... Thank you, Thar. Thank you. I think I enjoyed Piotr's story the most. And Squish's story the least. What do you have this game on? How are you streaming these old games exactly? Well, it changes from game to game. This game is an abandonware. It's not being sold anywhere. So I downloaded a working copy and I'm running it through DOSBox. But it changes from game to game how I run the old games. Transylvania one, yeah. You like Piotr? Yeah. It was my favorite as well. I am using window capture, yes. I have DOSBox set up to run the game in a window of 14,000 by 1050. So it is a window. It's running in a window and I'm capturing it. What happened to licenses? That's the problem, Ash. The license holder for the book, same with Companions of Zant, same with Deathgate, and same with Shannara, so same with a lot of the Legend Entertainment games. They do not let these games be sold on any platform right now. So Go cannot make deals, they cannot sell it, it's not on Steam. But they do not take it down from any abandonware site. So they are fine with it being kinda distributed around for free. But they do not renew any deals and they do not make it able to be sold anywhere. It may not technically be abandonware, I am not sure how it works. I know for a fact that they are not taking it down from abandonware sites though. Superhero League of Hoboken as far as I know is an original IP. Window capture never works for you on all games. But yeah, this is DOSBox. It always works on DOSBox. Alright, that's it. Window capture always works on DOSBox if you run DOSBox in window. Shareware? No, it's not shareware. Well, technically it would count as shareware. But shareware is usually part of a software or part of a game that is shared for free to find buyers for the rest of the game, kind of. Not really demo, but like one part of the game. Also, sometimes it works like a donation system. Like if you enjoy the game, then you can buy it officially here. It's kind of a deal. But yeah, anyway, today was amazing. We finished the game. It was a great time, and I feel like I had a good stream at least. So, but it's time to end for today. So I'm going to look for a raid target, see where we can go. And where should we go?
When this is all over, I'll make sure that no one is able to commit his abuses again.
It's been a while with Fraz. So let's go and say hi. He's playing Baldur's Gate 3. Alright everyone, thank you so much for today. Pi, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you for the couple of follows. And thank you for the raid, Stealthy Golem. Very kind. Huge raid. And I hope the raiders had a good time. I hope everyone had a good time. Thank you, everybody.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I hope everybody had a good time. And thank you so much for the chats and the lurks and everything else with the helps and the guesses and the hints and everything. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you all. Of course, tomorrow is my day off. I am going to be back on Friday to try and finish, I suppose, Mass Effect 2. We will finish Mass Effect 2 next week. And on Monday, we are going to take a look at Ayuden Chronicle, and then on Tuesday we are going to start a new game, which is wait, what is it? Oh no, I'm forgetting. Which is going to be a surprise. I'm going to be announce them all on Discord. So if you are not on Discord, consider joining. And if you are there, you can see the schedule announcements over there. So until next time we meet, hopefully in 2 days or whenever else you can make it, be well and take care of yourselves, and goodbye for now.
This is as practical an exercise as taping 20